progress.
Hello, good morning, sahabat Indonesia Forum. Welcome to the day 2 of Indonesia Digital Banking and Investment Forum, supported by Astra International. Today is still no less extraordinary than yesterday. If yesterday we have talked about the digital banking, today we will be discussing more about the investment. And of course, with all the prominent speakers in their fields, who I trust will make every audience here excited, be more confident in language and the strategic decision of business investment, as well as gain insightful different perspective. My name is Geraldo Cynthia, and I will be your master of ceremony for today's event of Indonesia Digital Banking Investment Forum under the theme of investment. Today's event will be divided into two different sessions. The first session will be discussing about integrating investment to Industry 4.0. Prior to moving to the second session, there will be a music performance from the choir of PSM Institute Teknologi Bandung. Move forward, the second session will discussing the accelerating digital transformation through investment. And will be wrapped up by inspirational talks with Tani Hawk and Tokopedia. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, the Indonesia Forum Foundation is an independent and non-profit institution aiming to provide recommendation to our stakeholders in order to help Indonesia move towards a high-income country in 2045. Indonesia Forum seeks to contribute to current domestic, regional, and international problems through policy recommendation as actions to improve the welfare of Indonesian people. Indonesia Forum Foundation aims to provide recommendation for our stakeholders in order to advance our economy. In the future, Indonesia Forum Foundation is expected to be a platform for the nation's intellectual generation who are ready to contribute to Indonesia development. And this year, we will be conducting Indonesia Forum's big digital event carrying the theme of Indonesia Digital Banking and Investment Forum. As the issues of digital banking and investment are becoming more relevant these days, this forum is a concrete step in answering the challenges faced in Indonesia manifestation as developed country. Alright, sahabat Indonesia Forum, let's move to the next agenda, ladies and gentlemen. Currently waiting for our session now, His Excellency Mr. Luhut Binsar Panjaitan, Coordinating Minister for Maritime Affairs and Investment on this occasion. Mr. Luhut will deliver a keynote speech with the theme Integrated Investment to Industry 4.0. Without further ado, let's welcome the Excellency Mr. Luhut Binsar Panjaitan. Ladies and gentlemen, we will be right back after we waiting for Mr. Luhut Binsar Panjaitan, so we will be back in no time. gentlemen, without any further ado, please welcome the Excellency Mr. Luhut Binsar Panjaitan.
Thank you. Good morning to everybody. It's a great honor for me to be here this morning. I would like to give a quick presentation about what happened in Indonesia today. Title of this, Integrating Investment to Industry 4.0. So next slide. I'd like to brief to inform you what we are doing the last 4 months, especially handling COVID-19. The success of reducing cases quickly and gradual opening of the economy has been able to withstand further slowdown in the economy. If you look at the left slide, the impact of the spread of the Delta variants on the decline in the performance, consumption, investment, and manufacturing industry were lower than the PSBB period last year, or before June this year. So if you look at this slide, I think you can see on the investment and also about the consumption, and in the slide left, we quickly recovery after we are able to manage this COVID-19. Indonesia manufacturing PMI also fell not as deep as PSBB and continued to expand in September. So after we are able to tackle this number of infectious, I think started last September. You look at the economy, PMI basically recovered. So right now, I think the highest ever in our history, 57.2%, which I think very good for it. Give a good indication about our economy today. Indonesian economic growth is expected to bounce back in fourth quarter this year and grow strongly in the medium term through economic formation. Look at left slide. Indonesian economic growth outlook. Yeah, make it moderate and also make it progressive. So I think the fourth quarter we confident quite around 5 to 5.5%. And if you look at also Indonesia 2021 medium-term economic forecast, it's going to be like this. We are thinking from now on 2025. So this is I think the chart that I showed to you. So business as usual, I think going to be around 5.5%. But with the reform, I think we can go up to 6.5%, which is, I believe, with the reform, like health reform that we're doing right now in Indonesia, give much support toward this one. It's also about the downstream industry that we are promoting since 7 years ago. So gives a lot of impact toward our economy. Economic transformation is crucial to achieve Indonesian vision to become high-income country in 2045. If you look at also left slide, this is, I think, very interesting to watch. And this is, I think, the growth average to 5.5% and around 2045. But if you look at back to 2030, 2025, going around 6.2, 6%, 5.9%. So that's, I think, average growth, economic growth at the time. But then our income per capita maybe going to be also improved much better. And hopefully by 2045, it's going to be around $23-something thousand. Now, 2045 vision, average growth, I mentioned earlier, real GDP is 5.7%, real per capita GDP 5%. But this is, I think, by 2045, developed country with high GDP 5%, placing fifth largest economy around 7.4 trillion US dollar. Eastern Indonesia contribution to a national GDP 25%. But again, if you are successful to do this downstream industry, bring a big impact toward our economy in the near future. Industry 4.0 as a game changer to transform the economy. This is, I think, very important. If you look at the left slide, Industry 4.0, revive the production sector, regain next exporter position. I give you one example. Iron steel, our export, I believe this year is going to be around 19-something billion dollars. While before, if you go back to 2014, only $1 billion. So that, I think, give the value added after we are make a downstream industry. Regain net exporter position, improve country financial strengthen. I believe by doing this could strengthen our economy in the near future. To also enhance investment, build robust economy. On the right side slide, Indonesia is poised to benefit greatly from the digital revolution. Digital technology can play a key role in boosting growth for both labor and productivity factors, with estimate impact of 150 billion in 2025. Now, if you look at now GDP added value impact, this is, I think, the increasing labor inputs through digitalization. This is the slide on the right side. Impact as a percentage of 2025 GDP, 2.1%. Increased productivity through digitalization. If you look at now 7.4, cumulative potential growth opportunity is around 9.5%. So that's, I think, potential for Indonesia. If you do it like today, speed like today, I think, or maybe even faster, I think we can even see better outcome. Digital potential of Indonesia manufacturing sector. If you look at this one, also manufacturing, estimated 2025 GDP base impact, something like this, on the column, red column, the 34.4%, operational optimization. I think you can see this chart here. Recent studies show that many of the industrial subsector will benefit from technological adaptation. This one, machinery and equipment, automobile and finance, other manufacturing activities. If you are doing much more and more digitalization, I think could bring also impact less and less corruption in this country and make more efficient in this country. That's, I think, the very important, and the room for that still very much, especially the interest of the president to to promote digitalization in any sector in this country. Next slide. To unleash the potential expanding investment, 5 industries are central to roadmap of medical, automotive, chemical, and electronics. If you look at now the number 6, attract foreign investment, engage top global manufacturer with attractive offers and accelerate technology transfers. I give you an example. I was in New York 2 weeks ago, pharmaceutical, medical industry, and we had a very good discussion over there. And a follow-up tonight. Tonight we're going to have another final discussion about this. How do we encourage them to have their factory in Indonesia to produce various medicine? Before, we don't have this kind of attitude. We all love to import. Today, I think it's enough because we experienced during the COVID-19, even paracetamol, we cannot get it or we cannot import from India when India at the time locked down. So learn from the COVID-19. Now we are very firm that we have to have our own industry domestically, at least 70 to 80% of our basic need. Incentive technology investment also, we have right now 3, what should I say, that like in Jawa Tengah, we call it Batang. Batang, so one area, this is like 4,000 hectares, prepared by the government of Indonesia, all the infrastructures prepared by government Indonesia, like water, seaport, electricity, everything. So there, and then we give also incentive over there. So I think in Pulau O area, Indonesia has set the 10 national priority for making Indonesia 4.0. 2 of them are related areas, this mineral resource and early review. We have a lot of nickel ore reserve. We have also the bauxite, we have a copper, we have a tin, we have so many. So we like to see this gonna be, foreign country to invest in Indonesia, and then Indonesia can see also the benefit from this downstream industry. Lithium battery development, I think using raw material, which is rich in nickel and cobalt, 2 of the most prominent component in EV battery. I think CATL and also LG, the CATL already groundbreaking, LG already groundbreaking in Java, but CATL, I think around 16th of December this year, they're going also to groundbreaking in North Kalimantan. Transportation, increasing connectivity for the archipelago, renewable energy, I think this is now become a hot issue. We are have a plan to explore our what do you call it? Very rich on potential for that. So it's a matter of the investment in Indonesia. So that's part of my discussion with John Kerry, that we are early transmission, early retired ATM, early transmission mechanism, early energy energy transmission mechanism. Sorry, and I try to remember. Energy transmission mechanism. This is, I think, one issue that very hot that been discussing in Glasgow and also in Washington. I said we are. I would like to see the pilot project. We prepare 5.5 gigawatt, and this is around $25 billion. We need the investment for that. We have planned at a time proposed by John Kerry, US, to sign the law during Glasgow, but for some reason they cannot do it. So again, we are ready, because I was interviewed also by Bloomberg about this, and then they said that Indonesia, one of the most advanced country to prepare mission on GHG emission electric-based transportation. But again, we have to be careful also to do this one, because slow we have to, like in UK and some other countries. So it takes like Indonesia 2030. We believe we can go maybe to 31%, but we can go to 40%. Or even 50% with the international support technologically and financially. We are more than happy to do so. But again, it's not easy achievement. But with our own finance, with our own effort, we can go at least to 31. Our commitment 29%, but our calculation, we can go to 30, even to 31%. EV battery production map, I think is very clear that we, if you look at this year, and 2023, we can hopefully we can produce our MSN 811. Yeah, this is I think what we are doing. So now we are explore our cooperation with UK. I was in UK 10 days ago. We're going maybe to join and invest in battery precursor and cathode. So that's, I think, one issue. But in the nickel and cobalt sulfate, this, I think, have to produce Indonesia. So that I think we get added value here, but jointly battery producer, cathode, and battery cell pack, and etc. So we are already online. This is, I think, the roadmap, and we are now heading toward that direction. So far, if you look at now, LG Energy Solution already invested in Indonesia, groundbreaking already, and with consortium with LG Posco, Huayo China, and CBL, Seattle Brom Legend Consortium. So we are expecting also some other, company like Tesla. Maybe they're going to invest on the big energy storage. Large maritime potential in Indonesia is net exporter of fishery product. This is, I think, Indonesia, I think, quite good on this, and we are going to be very aggressive, but at the same time, we don't want to see overfishing, So that also we are doing carefully on this. So again, some countries remind us about the climate change. Again, ladies and gentlemen, we care about that. Any policy in the government of Indonesia always also to look at to the interests of the next generation of Indonesia. We're not going to set up a policy that could destroy the future of the next generation of Indonesia. Now, despite huge potential, there are still problems to solve. This is, I think, most of Indonesian 2.7 million fishermen live below the poverty line, representing 25% of Indonesian poor. This is, I think, that we're going to tackle, So inefficiency, supply chain, poor data, bad quality control, and up to the 1,000 price markup. That's the issue. Now, how do we tackle this one? If you look at this one, we give one model. Aruna cuts the layers for a better margin. This Aruna, I think young people, when I was Chief of Staff President back to 2014, this is, I think, hackathon. They're the winner of the competition at the time. So this young guy, below 30 years old, set up this company, and we supported them very much. So government Indonesia give a fully support. Right now, what I said, that pre-Aruna on the top, now with the Aruna, we cut so many layers over there to make it Aruna here. So from the fisherman to the consumer, only Aruna. Before, so many layers over there, which is, I think, make markup price, and the victim of that basically fishermen. So we don't want the fishermen become the victim anymore post Aruna, and we like them direct to consumer, and the price going up, and also the quality is getting better. Now, Aruna business overview. If you look at this one today, you cannot imagine before. I think market cap of the Aruna right now over $250 million. Customer from North America, China, you name it. So this is, I think, good. This kind of model we like to promote Indonesia today. So this is for the fishing industry. But Indonesia is so huge, I don't think that Aruna itself can control everything. So we can see in the near future something like Aruna, maybe another 2, 3, 4 can be established in Indonesia. That's, I think, situation in Indonesia. So again, we are very optimistic about our economy and about industry also in Indonesia, about downstream industry, about how do you tackle about the fishing industry and also agriculture. And there are so many other things that we can share here, but unfortunately, I think the time limit also is a constraint. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Luhut, and have a great day. Allow me to cut the generic yet on-point idea of the speech from Mr. Luhut that drew an extremely dynamic and healthy possibilities of business investment in Indonesia, especially amid the imperative era of digital dexterity. I trust that the audience here can now see a much bigger picture of how this digital growth and investment interrelated as a promising ecosystem for our nation. All right, ladies and gentlemen, honorable audience, to delve deeper in the core ideas of this session and to make sure that a sharper analyst delivering accordingly, allow me to leave it to the moderator to guide the course of the event during the discussion panel. Now, we may wonder who our moderator will be today. Yes, Mrs. Frederica Widyasari Dewi, Treasurer Indonesia Forum. Besides that, she has served as a special staff of the Ministry of Finance in 2008 and is currently the President Director of PT BRI Dana Reksa Securities 2020 until present. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mrs. Frederica.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Thank you very much.
All right. Good morning, Frederica. Frederica.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Thank you very much. Good morning.
All right. Good morning, Mrs. Frederica. I'm fine,
Good morning,
thank you.
good morning.
How are you, Mrs.? I'm fine, thank you. How are you, Mrs.?
I'm fine too. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, Mrs. Frederica.
All right, Mrs. Frederica, are you ready to open this discussion panel for today?
Inshallah.
All right, Mrs. Frederica, time and place are yours.
Okay. Good morning, everyone.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Frederica, time and place are yours.
I'm Frederica Widyasari Dewi, Treasurer of Indonesia Forum. Good morning, everyone. Thank you. It's a very honor for me to be the moderator of this first session of this second day of Indonesia Forum. It's a very honor for me to be the event first session of this second day of Indonesia Forum. I might like to share with you about Indonesia Forum at a glance. Indonesia Forum Foundation is an independent and non-profit institution that aims to provide recommendation to our stakeholder Indonesia to help move toward to high-income country in 2045. Indonesia Forum in 2045 domestic, regional, and international
Indonesia
Forum through policy recommendation as actions to improve the welfare of Indonesia We're dealing with several stakeholders of Indonesia Forum, such as government, local government, corporation, bureaucrat, and also academics. And our main focus, we have industry 4.0, SDGs, and also interventions. Okay, without further ado, I would like to start this discussion about Indonesia digital banking and investment that will digital technology as we know will continue to transform the banking landscape in Indonesia. Furthermore, the COVID-19 pandemic has accelerated the transformation. Along with the rapid growth of fintech companies, strengthening digital banking and investment is a digital step in advancing the nation economy and supporting digital transformation. Therefore, it's necessary to have different ideas, initiated by relevant stakeholders, as well as strategies for the contours of what digital banking and investment will look like and start to emerge. This forum is expected to provide information and inspiration for young generation, young Indonesians to be able to contribute to digital acceleration in Indonesia. The target of this forum is also general public and various roles. Okay, without further ado, I would like to invite our keynote speaker this morning, Mr. Arif Harfas Ugroseno. He's the Ambassador of the Republic of Indonesia to the Federal Republic of Germany. Without further ado, I would like to please His Excellency, Mr. Arif Harfas Ugroseno. The time is yours. Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Ibu.
The time is yours, Bapak. Please.
Okay. So, thank you, Bu Frederica. Please allow me to introduce myself, Bu Frederica. Actually, my name is Handoko, Bu. I'm coming from Astra, Stay Multi Investama, Astra Financial. I've been with Astra actually for 26 years nowadays. So I would, first of all, I would like to send my gratitude for this opportunity to be one of the panelists in in Indonesia Digital Banking and Investment Forum. So today we would like to share some of digitalization initiative in Astra that were initiated since 2017. So we hope this session may provide some insight for all participants within this event. Prior to entering to the main topics, we would like to share a bit regarding Astra Group. Next page, please. Astra is a conglomerate that from a trading company back then with automotive as our root. However, nowadays, we have expanded and built 7 business pillars to support our performance as a group. So we aspire to become one of the best managed corporation in Asia Pacific with sustainable growth and solid financial structure. Given that our portfolio exposure is in the Indonesia market, so actually our goal is to prosper with the nation. That's becoming Astra mission since a long time ago. So at this moment, actually, we are top 5 listed companies in Indonesia with market cap around 250 trillion rupiah now. So we are honored to have a very solid partnership with numerous international such as Toyota, Daihatsu, Isuzu, Honda for two-wheelers, BMW, Nissan, Komatsu, and the last is we have a partnership with a Hong Kong company named Willab. Next, please. Zooming into the 7 business pillars that we have, we would like to share about our business in respective pillar. So in the automotive, we manufacture two-wheelers, Honda motorcycle, and also four-wheelers, and part as well as selling those through our spare part shop and our dealership businesses. So as a Q4 end of September, we secured 50% market share in the four-wheeler, and in two-wheeler actually we have more than 75% market share in two-wheeler. While in financial services, we enter numerous business in this vertical. Start with consumer financing, heavy equipment financing. We also have both general and life insurance, and the last is we have also the fintech business and also e-wallet. Managed by UT Group. Actually, that's also a public listed company. We conduct a various business, started from selling heavy equipment, mining related activities, construction, and also power plant. And agribusiness, actually, under PT Astra Agro Lestari Tbk, we managing the business of CPO plantation and refinery under Astra Agro. In infrastructure and logistic, Currently, we are one of the largest of toll road concession owner with around 350 kilometers that already in operation. Also, we provide a transportation solution within our company, Sera, and also used car businesses with Mobil 88, and also logistic services within this pillar. In IT, we provide IT-related support, document, and office service solution. While in property, this is our most recent business pillar. We develop and manage residential area and office building, like in Menara Astra, Asia, and West Jakarta. Okay, next. Since actually 15 to 10 years ago, actually, in Astra, we have a set strategy called Triple P roadmap. So we have a portfolio, people, and public contribution as the approach to achieve our goal in 2030 to be a pride of the nation. Business performance across the group is also measured based on this Triple P. So we have a portfolio roadmap, public contribution roadmap, and also people roadmap. As of the foundation, we have a Catur Dharma, as that our founding father already described it, that becoming our core value of Astra employees. Customer focus, collaboration, and strive for excellence is still relevant with today's business landscape. We also have Astra management system as the basic framework to perform our tasks. Astra people is well known for strong PDCA. We have a plan, do, check, action, and being fact focused as well as a data-driven solution. Okay, next. So over the decades and fueled by COVID, the recent COVID, actually we have seen a phenomenon that of digitalization across business verticals. In the past few years, we can see there are several digital platforms popping out, for example, e-commerce and on-demand platform, health tech, and gaining traction from the customer. While in banking sector, technology is also a branches ATM model to light asset businesses like what happened today, like with more digital banking coming into this era, online and mobile banking. In technology adoption, it's also helping us now also define a new way of authenticate a customer. Actually, before we have a face-to-face and web signature as traditional way, to actually now we can do biometric, digital signature, geotagging as an advanced approach. In the car itself, we do believe that customers have conducted their own online research and made decision prior to go to the dealers. This is much different compared to traditional days when customer would go to several and different dealership to find and discover the car that suitable for their needs. Considering such a digitalization trend, business player, including Astra, shall adjust its business model and process it in order to stay relevant to the customer. So we have to stay relevant with our customer. Next. So we have conducted several studies actually based on the survey also by the BCG that we take here. We can see that a successful digital ecosystem may require maybe around 40 partners to get success. Therefore, any business that wishes to build its digital ecosystem must have the following requirement. So it should be have a strong strategy and value proposition to provide a unique and attract the customer. captive use base that can leverage to experience the ecosystem, a deep bench of partner to provide to provide a comprehensive offering by combining the strength and global footprint partners and also a robust collaboration capability to speed up the time to market. Next. Next, please. Yes. In Astra, actually, we have start the digitalization actually since 2017. So we have three thematics here, as you can see here, that in of the digitalization, modernizing the core. Actually, we digitize the business process and create a new creative way to reach our customer to provide a better services to customer. You can see here that within our three business here in financial service, automotive, and non-automotive. Like for example, in Auto 2000, our dealership that sell Toyota product, we have a Digi Room that offer a one-stop solution application that provide a service such as a home service, workshop booking, loyalty, and also a digital showroom. In ACC One, we also provide a one-stop financing solution, offering a seamless and personalized customer experience in a financing product and services for car financing. In Mobi, actually, we just launched Mobi 2 months ago that actually facilitate customer to find a high quality used car with buyback guarantee without having to go to the showroom. So customer is able to make a purchase, book a car, and apply for a loan through online. In Moxa also that we have just got the license from the OJK as the World Tech platform and alternate digital channel to facilitate customer assessing integrate financial solution from Astra businesses and business partner. So with Moxa, we can have we can serve the customer as one solution coming from the two-wheeler financing, four-wheeler financing, insurance, etc. So the second theme here, so we want to create the new revenue stream actually, so can devise a new business model that able to generate a new source of revenue for Astra. Like for example, we also just launched the Astra Pay. It's a trusted mobile wallet platform for everyday mobility and finance that will leverage captive use case within Astra ecosystem as our base case standard. And the third thematic actually embracing the digital economy. So to remain updated and be able to leverage the new invest in the Maucas. Maucas is a joint venture between Astra and WeLab. Astra own 60% to provide the P2P lending platform. And the biggest one, actually, Astra has made USD to 250 million investment in Gojek since 2019. So Astra and Gojek, hopefully we can will have benefit from each other ecosystem to serve the Indonesian market and beyond. So Astra also participate in the limited partner in co-ventures. Various investment, including a Pasar Polis, Peluang, Mobile Premier League, etc. In 2019, in July 2019, Astra and Gojek also established a GoFleet that provide a special car rental, that provide a qualified mobility solution for driver partners of online transportation services in Indonesia. In March 2021, Astra invested also invested commerce, grocery farm, to table, a platform and distribution for fresh food. In April 2021 also, Astra participate in Halodoc Series C fundraising with a total of $35 million investment. So Halodoc is a healthcare-based technology platform that we already invest. Next, please. So we would like to highlight actually three of our latest development within our internal. So deep dive in the establishment of AUDA. Actually, Astra obtained benefit from WeLab, actually from the knowledge of the technology. So we combining the technology and know-how from WeLab, and also with our local knowledge from Astra, actually in operation team and ecosystem. So AUDA provide a unique value proposition that's 100% online. So in entire underwriting process conducted through apps. 2 is easy and fast. Actually, the decision whether being approved or rejected for loan application can come within establishment of the to the date now. The company have attracted 6.7 million customers to download its apps and has been able to process 2.2 million of loan application with more than 2 trillion IDR loan disbursed. So hence, currently WeLab secure a 1.2% market share of the amount of finance in the P2P lending. Next. Our next highlight is Moxa. Moxa actually is our wealth tech platform that provide Astra Financial Wealth Hub by facilitating integrate financial solution to the customer within one platform. We aware that respective business within Astra has owned their own front-end application to the customers. However, we are also aware that customer may own several products from different business units. So one of our customer can have several companies within Astra. For example, we have a lot of customers that purchase their car and obtain financing from SCC or Toyota Astra Finance. As such customer also insure their car through asuransi Astra to see the total relationship with Astra and obtain a beneficial package from numerous Astra business unit. Moxa is also the best position to offer a comprehensive product and services enabled by collaboration inside and on-site Astra ecosystem to capture customer need within their lives. Establishment Moxa in Augustus 2000. Traction of the platform with more than 7 million download now with GMV around 24 billion rupiah. Okay, next. You can see Astra Pay serve the payment gateway for Astra ecosystem now, and business model for the payment gateway now. Some of the player burning money, while in Astra we are trying to maintain the business as simple as that we can. So actually to increase the interaction between Astra Group and with the customer through daily use case traction. There are 4 customer value proposition of Astra Pay. The first is mobility wallet. So we want to enable the customer to move and pay without hassle. Therefore, we have enabled Astra business to accept payment via Astra Pay let's say for installment for four-wheeler and two-wheeler workshop. While outside of Astra ecosystem, actually we have collaborated with mobility providers, among others, like such as you can use Astra Pay in the MRT, Transjakarta and Trans Semarang also. Second, as smart wallet, actually we want to help customer to control and manage its budget and expenses. So within Astra Pay, actually we have one feature that can help the customer to control their own budget, so they can do the budgeting within our apps for their daily expenses. The third, actually, we want to be a trusted financial partners. We want to provide a peace of mind to utilize the wallet and leverage the reputation of Astra brand. So we have also connected with the wallet with device ID to mitigate fraud and also misuse of the wallet. So we are very cautious in the cybercrime acts. So we always keep to increase our security here. And the fourth, customer value proposition for Astra Pay actually built on Astra ecosystem. So we are building the use case with Astra ecosystem as underlying foundation. Later, we will introduce a single reward and also loyalty program to Astra Pay customer. So actually, we took a different path since Astra Pay because we doesn't follow burning the cash. So most of the payment gateway now burning the cash approach to attract the customer, while we are trying to build and leverage Astra ecosystem to introduce Astra Pay to the customer as our foundation. So up to September 2021, actually we have attracted more than 2.5 million registered users with 10% of monthly active users. So now currently our monthly active user is around 250,000. We also have secured 752 billion of GMV and processed nearly 6 million transactions until today. Okay. Next. Actually, this is our vision for Astra digital ecosystem. Actually, our vision for Astra ecosystem is to have a seamless experience for customer wherever they start the interaction with Astra Group from a very starting point. So we are also open to connect with third parties that could provide mutual benefit and share values. You can see here, let's say in the marketplace or tech platform, we already connect with Halodoc, Sayurbox, Tokopedia, one of our company also connect with them. And utilities, Astra Pay, you can see we connect also with the PLN, BPJS Kesehatan. In the government relationship, we also with the Pavindo as our the credit checking, and also Slick, and also the OJK. So in the leisure, one of our companies also have a relationship with Traveloka. So basically, we are open with external ecosystem that can bring a mutual benefit for us, yeah. In the spirit to prosper with the nation. So we do hope that we can deliver that vision. Next. So as a start, yeah, to get connected with the all ecosystem outside Astra, actually we have initiated actually since last year. Actually, we have initiated standardized open API that can enable seamless connectivity within the ecosystem. So it will connect within Astra ecosystem and outside Astra ecosystem. So by adopting the standardized open API, actually we are in the position to connect with the third parties outside Astra ecosystem and able to speed up the connectivity since we have a common API gateway to begin with. So no need a point-to-point connection, one-to-one company within Astra, but we have a centralized common API gateway here that can easily connect it with outside ecosystem. Currently, we have around 550 API attributes, and we already serve 5.4 API calls since the project started since November 2020, so almost 1 year until today. So that is our development. I think that's all my presentation for this forum, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Pak Handoko.
Yeah.
It's a very interesting story of Astra as one of the most respected issuers in Indonesia Stock Exchange as well. One of the most respected group also in Indonesia. I apologize that I haven't introduced Pak Handoko at the beginning. So let me inform you about Mr. Pak Handoko short CV. He graduated from Atmajaya University Yogyakarta. Ini saya dulu sering dolan ke sini nih Pak di Atmajaya Jogja ini. Sekarang ketemu Bapak di sini. He's currently the director of Sedaya Multi Investama or Astra Financial. He's also the president director of Astra Auto Digital. Also at PT Astra Integrasi Digital, commissioner at PT Astra Mitra Ventura, and commissioner at PT Astra Kreasi Digital. Luar biasa, is amazing, Pak Handoko. Yeah. And historical career, he also already in several positions at Astra Groups. I don't think I have to read all of them because I think I will finish it tomorrow, yeah, Pak Handoko.
Right.
Pak Handoko, it's very interesting of Astra story. Yeah, it's amazing because with your update on how Astra now at the stage of what you have explained to us, I have several questions, but maybe we can discuss later. But one of my question is, of course, our audience here, some of them also have like startup businesses. So some of the question is, what are the key factors or important factors that Astra looked at for Astra to willing to invest in a startup business? What are the key factors? You can answer now, and afterward I can go to the next speaker, please.
Yeah. In principle, yeah. Actually, Astra is very open-minded to have a collaboration with any kind of startup or marketplace or business player. Actually, that can can complementing our ecosystem nowadays. As you also understand that we cannot live alone, right? In this current situation, so we need to have a partner, have a strategic partnership. But the partnership that we need to find out, actually the partnership that can complementing our ecosystem. As you may also understand that Astra maybe now in the retail and the daily transaction with pedagang warung-warung, we haven't have a close relationship with them. So I think if any of you have some such startup or ecosystem that can manage this warung-warung, so we can have like a collaboration, right? Because nowadays all the transaction is coming from the daily transaction, coming up to the financial service transaction and the bigger transaction. So actually we want to complementing our ecosystem also, Ibu Frederica and all the audience.
Wow, it's an open opportunity for you guys who join this event that Pak Handoko already through. Yeah. So, okay, we hold on there, Pak Handoko. We will have a discussion later on.
Yes,
I will welcome Professor Dr. Dwi Aristina Pulubuhu, MA. She is the rector of University of Hasanuddin. She will talk about investing in small medium enterprises, opportunity and challenges. The opportunity of investing in SME and its challenges. What are the specific challenges for investors to invest in SME? And also, she will also touch how to attract investor for SME, how far the technology can improve the investment. So without further ado, I would like to welcome Professor Dr. Dwi Aristina Pulubuhu, MA. The time is yours.
Thank you. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
And good morning to everyone, especially to speakers, invited speakers, and moderators and participants as well. So thank you for Indonesia Forum that have given me opportunity to share short ideas relating with how to investing in micro, small, and medium enterprises, opportunity and challenge. Well, ladies and gentlemen, as we know that small business, micro and small, well, I will say I'm SMEs, yeah, to shorten it. Micro and small and medium enterprises or SMEs is an essential driver for the country future development. Why we know all of that? It's account for 90%, more than 90% or existing business enterprises in Indonesia, and also employ more than 95% of total workforce around the country. However, a lot of challenging that we will face if we would like to develop this kind of business because we face of the geography challenge like this throughout the Indonesia, around the island that sometimes difficult to reach, and financial administration of them is relatively simple, and let's say they are not that are unbankable actually, some of them, a lot of them, and they have limited access to quality raw materials and limited access, of course, to financial institutions, especially the bank, and capability. Their lack of access to technology and innovation. And so next, like other economic, like other business that run in the country, they have also future challenge and short-term challenge. Economic uncertainty as a result of pandemics, of the short-term challenge to them, they're still facing the potentials high volatility, and of course the change of the kind of stimulus and support project or program from Pemulihan Ekonomi Nasional. And next, and for having digital economic revolution as the structural challenge to them, because there is will experience the financial service sector, business, patent, and consumer behavior will be dramatically changing, and they have limited high quality of human resources, as mentioned before, especially and capacity to digitalization of their business, and also the role of regulation sometimes is limited their ability to have access in certain resources, and also the importance of appropriate research base in order to develop their product. Sometimes they have like access to that. At the same time, national economic financing needs investment and financing to MSMEs, micro, small, medium enterprises, are also limited to certain research and others. And ladies and gentlemen and participants, where we no doubt that MSMEs or medium, small, micro, small, and medium enterprises is the main driver of the national economy in terms of economic structure. At the same time, also they contribute a lot, about 95% to almost 90% to GDP. At the same time, also they provide 70%, more than 90% for employment absorption, and meaning that they have a strategic role for poverty alleviation, of course. However, they have dilemma comparison the number of micro and small and medium enterprises actually is more and more, but they have financing less. So this is not, let me say this is not the problem itself, but this is a big problem to us, to the country, essential driver of bringing the country for future development. So ladies and gentlemen, the most problematic to them have for having financial assistance. Well, but the financial institution also at the same time facing the same problem with certain issue like as mentioned before, geographical condition that only as a barrier for financial institution to reach them, to reach or to assist the micro and small enterprises. At the same time, they have the low level of financial literacy, and let's say they have we can identify them as unbankable, and they have also at the same time limited resources in the form of money, of fund, infrastructure, human resource, and natural resource. And their business sometimes also meet with the high transaction costs with small value and difficult to scale up their product for certain reason. At the same time, there is the dynamic of business model that they run, because sometimes the adaptivity and the flexibility of their business is less also, and sometimes they produce a product is not in the right time, and so on. So this is that some challenge to financing institution, but we can modify the financial institution challenge by a certain strategy. First, we have to identify the level of entrepreneurship of their business. So by that, the finance scheme that will be delivered to them based on their characteristic of level of entrepreneurship, and also level or model of commercial that will be running by their business. Like we cannot give them in the same pattern of financial schemes to them, because We can differentiate them between the bankable, unbankable, between the feasibility of one business to other business, and also between the productivity of certain business to other business on the agriculture product, business on animal product, business on culinary. They have different level of entrepreneurship and a level of financial administrative. So, but if you would like to give them a scheme, financial scheme, we differentiate kembali lagi tadi between whether this scheme is kind of charity or revolving fund or subsidy fund or commercial loan. So we have to very clearly to grouping them between others, between each other of their business. So I suggest several stakes that should be developed in order to facilitate the business development of these micro, small, and medium enterprises. For the first time, to introduce them to basic entrepreneurship program according to interest and potential that will be carried out. Like now in the university have a very strategic program to raise the entrepreneurial awareness of the student. We can say this is on the level of incubation, and at the same time that for the business that already exists, the micro, small, and medium enterprises, we can coach them to by assist in order to let them have a chance to grow and develop. And to those have been developing by themselves, we can accelerate them by giving the financial scheme and the right scheme, depend on the level of their entrepreneurship. Also, we can facilitate, coach them in order to have intensive program to enlarge the scale their business. So we can facilitate them to bring from the micro level to move up in the as a small enterprises. At the same time, for the small enterprises, we can move them up to medium enterprises. And the most important is to maintain their business. That's not easy one, because if we want to maintain business continuity and growth at the same time, as well as advance through the positive market to them for expansion. At the same time, we have to facilitate them to have a very fully protections program. So the next, how to maintain this micro, small, and medium one as well, because the first we have to bring them to expand on the market. One thing that have to change from the traditional business, move to modern business. So meaning that the product to be sell, the product that they sell, which have to be the unique one, have to be standardized to meet the hygienist requirement, to meet the certain issue that the minute of the market of the consumer demand. So second, in digitalization era, then we have to bring them to go to digital, meaning they have to sell the product online, using social media, using work with share economic or several apps, and also by financial fintechs. And if possible, then we have to facilitate their business to go global. So meaning micro and small, medium enterprises to be prepared their product to meet the international standard, quality standard. And they have, in terms of the product, the quality and the quantity have to be ready to be exported. So how to maintain also what thing another to maintain their sustainability. I mentioned before protection. This is very important in the disruption era to protect meaning that have to be toward the sustainability of micro, small enterprise, medium enterprises. For instance, let them to have the ease of business license to protect among themselves against the competition. For instance, regulation that delivered by the government or policy that reduce the unfair competition among themselves, like in Thailand, in one area, the natural resource for certain product, misalnya banana, but the government regulate the policy, one village must be one product. So not all the villages that have natural plantation, banana plantation have to produce crackers, banana crackers, but in kind of another kind of food. This is a part of the protection against the competition among themselves, and also is to access the financing and subsidies to them. And we have also facilitated them to protect against the risks, many risks, especially in our country, in tropical climate, risk of natural disaster, risk of crop failure, risk of fire, risk of damage of the product, and so on. Okay, now I'm turning to the new era of micro and small business that now become much more startup, starting from micro and small business. The disruption of technology and generational shift have an impact to the micro and small medium business enterprises. So they have a very big opportunity to emergence of digital-based business. But they are facing, as I mentioned before, about digital awareness among. Not all company or all of their business have awareness of the importance of digital. At the same time, they're not. At the same time, the digital infrastructure is not having them in the same states, especially to those produced in the remote island and so on. And problem about finding funding and financial support and so on. So this the idea that's a must, the changing of the micro, small and medium business enterprises move from the conventional to system of marketing and produce product to be digitalized, because this is the need of the people were starting the population composed by the millennial generation, and they have a modern lifestyle. So it's a must. The micro and small medium business enterprises have to move to save. But right now also a change for them to be startup business with several funding. Like mostly of the startup business that we found out now, they get the source from family funding to start up the business, but also there's an initiate of seed funding that's also useful to them to start a company. Usually comes from donation and venture capital. And this other side, there's a crowdfunding, that bootstrapping, and so on as the possibility, and as at the same time also the problem to them, because facing they are ready or not to have to fund the crowdfunding and bootstrapping. And I think in digital economic ecosystem, many factors that play a role to whether these small, medium, micro, small, medium enterprises can move to big business depend on the combination of this factor: the environment, the landscape, and the digital infrastructure, technology of internet, and such as whether they have access on cloud computing, on artificial intelligence, using drone and so on, and for the shared economy, the access to the shared economy in Indonesia, or ICT domestic industry like Indonesia, we know Tokopedia, we know Bukalapak, and so on. And also for cloud computing, how they have access to ICT international industry is very important, like from Alibaba Cloud, that they can get a lot of capacity to get big data. So, and more important is the role of the local, central and local government. So they need the policymaker to ensure the rules and regulate the business environment. So how they can have information freely and right information, how they can provide from the hub information, how and so on. This I think this situation that we can have to create and facilitate them in the good situation, and that many factors can play a strategic role to develop them. Yeah, next. For bootstrapping, this is how we can establish a startup business by collaborating the resources or by several stakeholders, by themselves or by each partner. So the need is to improve the general digital business capability and knowledge of them. So that by them we can speed up their digital trends and business opportunity. So the employee of course needs access to technical training, better access to kind of business knowledge, and the need of information and instruction of the regulation framework and so on. So someone with no source of fund can be collaborate to others that have special capabilities such IT, expertise, certain field, or can be facilitated by the university. Yes, I think there's a type of adaptation of financial institution that can help them in order to shifting them from micro, small, and medium to be the largest business. So we have to combine balancing between conventional and digital system, and partnership, of course, with fintechs, and we protect them to all risks and have certain step to mitigate them from the risk, including financial risk. Yes, I come to the to complete my idea, but before that, there's a thing that I have say that the most needed of these micro, small, and medium enterprises in order to digitalize them and to be bringing them to global. First, we have to bring a coaching program, financial program, and protection program, assisting them and guiding them related to the party that's needed of the feasibility, like the quality of the product and the financial administrative to be bankable. And the financial institution also at the same time have to provide capital support to them according to the capacity of their business. Like I said, the level of the entrepreneurship and the actor involved and so on, and the program of protection regarding all certain risks that they have to face. Okay, and most important at the same time as the structural factors have to be there is economic strengthening for the most to increase the capacity and capability of the resource management, natural resource that the need for the product and so on. So the role of education is very important. Vocational education for natural resource management, including for mining, business on forestry, plantation, maritime sector, and so on. Like in Singapore, because there is a vocational program that's specific to create the very important skills that needed for the development program on tourists, like barista for a student that interested to work business on coffee, or they run to study in vocational program for tourist and hospitality management, and our culinary vocational of culinary and food and beverage and so on. So at the same time, they have the skill and they have a program to develop, to increase the capacity, the entrepreneurship culture development through the school. And at the same time, we have to strengthen the ecosystem base of natural resource management. For instance, how they involve from the raw material that harvested in sustainability farm, etc. And this is the most important also, I think, for economic diplomacy strengthening. So the government and the mass media and so on have to strengthening the diplomacy of the product of the create from micro and small medium enterprises, like program to promote internationally global and so on, that allow them to easy sell their online product. Ya, terakhir. And the pillar of higher education is very, very strategic plan. The university can be part of creator, increase the awareness of, and also can produce innovation that can downstreaming of the natural resource that available in one area and so on. Many research reveal that university can unlocking the potential of to lift up the micro, small, and medium enterprises. But at the same time, the poor infrastructure and access, the poor access to internet, or the by marginalized micro business, can be also assisted by the university by mediating to meet with several stakeholders. So university can overcome with the limited access on the information of the actors, micro business actors, and also the limited access to funding financial institution. University can be the garant to mediate them to meet the stakeholders. And the last, the role of the university has to be not the single partner, but we have to develop kind of hexahelix synergy, the involvement of academician, business, community, government, mass media, and tourism, and so on. Is very important to work together, like in the level of incubation, by giving matching fund for the university to mediate the small business to partnership with industry and so on, or giving them competitive fund to the micro business that already coached by the university, and transforming them also to capacity of the as digital agents and so on. In sum, I would say by university we can reduce the gap between technology and research to be a certain innovation that can allow to downstreaming the product of natural resource, of the product of the micro, small, medium enterprises by certain activity like standardize and create the very good quality of packaging, and create the flyer, brochure in digital apps to promote their product and so on. I think this is my short idea to be shared regarding invest and the challenge of micro, small, medium enterprises in Indonesia, of course. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Tuya Aries, for your very informative and insightful presentation. As we all know that the role of this micro and small medium enterprises is very important. Actually, it can be the cushion of Indonesia economic if there is any crisis or something that happened to that can affect our economy in general. Like what happened in 2008, that this small medium enterprises became the cushion of our economy. But the situation is a bit different when this COVID crisis, because this micro and small medium enterprises is one of the sector that was hit severely. So I think that the answer is digitalization to help this micro, small, medium enterprise can be stronger and resilient. Ibu Professor Dr. Tuya Aries, she was also previously as head of Indonesia Rector Forum. It's very respectable forum. She got her bachelor degree from University Erlangga and doctoral degree from University of Hasanuddin. Thank you very much, Professor Tuya. Actually, I have a question for you also. You mentioned about protection and also to what extent actually the protection is needed, as we all know that now with the digitalization era, that lots of import products can come to the market, and to what extent the protection is important, Professor Dia?
Thank you. In the disruption era, the most challenging to the small micros, especially micro and small business, is the risk of many factors, like the those who involved in from agriculture or forestry that avail on the crops, or when they involved in food and beverage products, and the standardized the minimum standards of the product can be difficult to maintain the quality of the product. At the same time, not all of the product already registered in POM, POM, because of certain access of them, or sometimes they don't know BB POM. So once they felt one of the bad side of the product they have by the customer that can be spread out, and then easy to lose their business. So we have to coach and facilitate them to this kind of risk. Another side of the risk of the real, because they don't have access. Sometimes there is a mediator that visible man involved in that increase the price, and they got less, but the mediator, the invisible man, is get more and reduce. This the high risk of the operational. This is operational of them that we have to protect. It's such kind of problem.
Okay, thank you, Professor. I'll go to Pak Handoko. Pak Handoko is a very interesting question, about the current issue is now people move toward to ESG, environment, social, and governance issues. And in this particular issue is about to electric vehicles to environment.
Yep.
Would you share with us about Astra and state of this issue, Pak Handoko, please?
Yes, Bu Frederica, thank you for this question. Yeah, I think certainly, we cannot avoid this kind of trend, Bu. So we need to be more environmental friendly, because our government also have a very clear state on that, right? Mm-hmm. So I think we had lots of discussion actually with our auto principal, how we can speed up our transformation to the electric vehicles. Yeah, because we have a lot of partner, right, from two-wheelers, and even Honda, right, from four-wheelers. We have Toyota partner, we have BMW, and etc. Yeah, I believe that a lot of discussion over there, and we will deliver it to the market when it's ready.
Yeah.
So,
also with PLN, Pak, because if you sell like electric vehicle and no electricity enough, then it will be a problem actually.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because this is a very current issue about Glasgow conference COP26, that we have to go for zero emission in 2050. And I think Astra will play a very important role actually to build the ecosystem. So I trust on Astra, Pak Handoko, as the national proud of group in Indonesia. Yeah. Okay, I will move to Ibu Tia about the second question. Is there any question for Ibu Tia or Ibu Duya? Okay, I can have a question for Ibu Duya. Ibu Duya, you talk about the medium, micro and small medium enterprises, and new and also you talk about like new economy for startup and how to finance and other. Maybe a bit look at from a different angle. How do you see this new economy compared to the old economy in the future?
As I mentioned before, Indonesia is going to be predicted as well unpredicted times. Mm-hmm. Because a new middle class will be raised, and most of them are involved as the actor of micro, medium, and small enterprises. So at the same time, the digital technology broke the the opportunity of the to start up a business. So we have to carefully to look at this situation and how this opportunity can be as a possibility to them. For instance, if we would like to level up or to digitalize the micro and small enterprises, then how we assure the access of them to technology, such internet, how to literate them, not just because more than 70% of them using mobile phone, using internet, but how they can be more literate, like to have access on the cloud computing, have access to using artificial intelligence to level up their business, and also we have to assure that the policymakers have a very positive and adequate framework by the regulation and policy created that provide them a very positive, good business environment to them. Provide the transparency, the trust, the security.
Professor Duya, before I end this session, there is one question from Ayu Khalifa. Can you touch a little bit on the funding side for equity crowdfunding?
For
equity crowdfunding, it's a question from Ayu Khalifa. It's related to enterprise.
As I mentioned in my presentation, when we would like to give the inclusion financial financing model to them, we have to make sure on what level their business already existed. So we cannot give them all micro business a kind of grant or charity. It will reduce their opportunity actually. But at the same time, we cannot also give them all kredit lunak misalnya. Itu juga it can be reduce the capacity and the power of themselves. So we have to give the equity scheme that depend on the need. So we have to clearly have to categorize. So not all micro enterprises in the same condition. Those who involved in mining, those involved in agriculture product, those involved in food and beverage, or they have very different. So we cannot. Now we know that the Ministry of Cooperatives and SMEs, the Ministry of Trade has been to create the financial assistance to them at the same time to create the environment of digital of them. But we cannot let them walk alone. Like you can use university, mass media, and NGO. And others like we developed the Heta Helix Synergy to bringing them better.
Thank you, Professor Duya, for your explanation. I think I can add on it a little bit that now also we have a securities crowdfunding, right? That can be used also. Thank you, Professor Duya, for your very informative explanation. Because of the time, I would love to have a more conversation with Pak Handoko and Professor Dwi, because it's very interesting topic from prominent speaker, from prominent institution. Pak Handoko, we would like to see more and more Astra initiative that so far we have seen to give impact on Indonesia development and economy as a very respectable group in Indonesia. We would like to see more action initiative, especially in digitalization, and especially also to help startups, Pak Handoko. I see some of the comment they would like to have collaboration or expect Astra to check on their startup actually, and the one that you mentioned about how to touch on the new, like for warung and very certain ecosystem. So we would like to see on this, Pak Handoko. And Professor Dwi, thank you very much as well for your very insightful information about micro and small medium enterprises. And we would like to see more and more contribution from university that we have seen so far very good. And I think it's must be a collaboration from all parties to make this toward a better situation and condition. Thank you very much, Pak Handoko and Professor Dwi, for your time and very insightful information. So don't go anywhere, participants, because we will go to the next session. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Rika, salam Bu Dwi.
Ya, terima kasih Pak Halim. Ya, terima kasih Pak Handoko.
Terima kasih.
Hi, everyone. Hi, everyone. Very nice to see you again. We will have the last session for this second day of Indonesia Forum Conference. We would also have her from well-known organization like from Telkom and also from Grab Indonesia. Okay. Okay. Second session is about integrating investment to Industry 4.0. We would have Mr. Widi Nugroho. He is the VP Digital Business Performance of PT Telkom Indonesia Tbk. I would like to read a bit of his short biography. He was the CEO of PT Metranet from Telkom Group. He was also the CEO of PT Melon Indonesia and also the President Director of PT Metranet before he is in a current position. He graduated from Institute of Technology Bandung for Information Engineering, for graduate degree from University of Wollongong, Australia, Master in Infocom, and also from STEM University for Master of Commerce. And now he is still in doctoral program on strategic management at Brawijaya University. I wish you good luck for your doctoral program, Mas Widi. So without further ado, I would please Pak Widi Nugroho, the time is yours.
Thank you, Mbak Frederica. How much time do I have?
You can speak like 15 to 20 minutes.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much. So, thank you, Indonesian Forum, for having me to share the innovation and investment activities in Telkom Group. So, I would like to share within the next 15 minutes. Can I have the presentation, please? Okay, so as was introduced previously, I am now in charge for the digital business performance. So basically, we'd like to explore the new opportunity on the digital space. Next. Yeah, I think to start the discussion, I'd like to share how actually today we see that most of the company experience the disruption from the digital, and recently with the pandemic COVID, yeah, and we have seen so many big companies has been disrupted. And if we look at from the left-hand side, the graphic, telecommunication sector is one industry that heavily impacted by the technology and digital disruption. And the interesting thing is also the phenomena that we call as the disruptive innovation, where the many startup now is increasingly become the disruptor for the incumbent business. And we see, we have many examples, both in Indonesia and also in the global market there. Next. And what happened with telco industry, basically with the traditional and conventional services that we have, most of the telco industry now experience the big challenge where the revenue is declining, but the capex or the cost to deliver the services is extremely bigger and bigger, especially during the pandemic. Yeah, if we see most of us now heavily rely on the connectivity, with the internet, etc., which in many cases also impacting our costs. So what we have to do next, this is the response from the telcos in many places in the world. So they start to find the opportunity on the digital space, because if you look at the digital services that we have today, basically they are heavily rely on the infrastructure and the communication. So we believe that the involvement of telcos in the digital and startup area supposed to be become the catalyst for the growth of the new startup. Yeah. So why many telcos now they set up the venture capital with the expectation to grab the opportunity both in terms of strengthening the existing services, but also to find the leverage on the valuation of the new initiative. Next. So with that situation, this is also the guidance from the Ministry of State-Owned Enterprise, where we are starting to focus on 5 areas. We need to rethink ourselves. What is our purpose of the company or the state-owned enterprise exists in this industry? So we are not only supposed to bring the profit in terms of financial, but the social impact and also the environment is very important. So the sustainability also the big issue for us. And if you look at the today's innovation, business model innovation is very important. And yeah, I'd like to emphasize on the point D, where there is also the aspiration for us to energize the investment to find the more opportunity on the new area, such as the digital. Next. So that's why Telkom as a group, we also are trying to restate the company purpose to maintain our sustainability in the long run. So in this case, we are trying to not only serving our stakeholders, but also questioning what will be the contribution of the company to the nation. Next. With that situation, we try to define our new business domain in 3 pillars, which is previously we are focusing on the digital connectivity, but recently with the growing digital innovation, we also try to build a digital platform with the hope that we can facilitate many and more services and innovation to become reality and turn into commerce. And on the right-hand side, the digital services is also the opportunity that we believe will be the next journey for Telkom in the future. But in terms of the competency, we also aware that, of course, in terms of connectivity, we are very competent on that side. But on the right-hand side, on the digital services, we are considering a very lack of the opportunity of the competency. So that's why on the next page, we try to define how we build our future or the next products and services. And we realize that we cannot depend on our internal forces or competence. So in this case, we built dual innovation. Yeah, first is on the internal side, and we also involve the external innovation. With the internal innovation, basically we build the culture in our employee, how to become the innovative and creative, to build idea and solution, and then how to turn those solution into the commercial. And we also develop the culture to have the entrepreneurial skills to our existing employee. In terms of external, basically we nurture the innovation and ideas from many startup in Indonesia, from the early stage to the mature stage. So we have the Indigo and we also have the MDI as the arms for us to nurture the innovation in this area. So both internal and external innovation basically will be directed to gain either revenue and then the benefit in terms of efficiency and effectiveness, and also the gain from the valuation. Next. Basically, this is how we define and categorize our investment on the new digital innovation. So on the left-hand side, we set up what we call as the Telkom Digital Indonesia Fund, where we focusing on the seed capital for the early stage startup and innovation. And then we also have a Telkom Digital Venture that focus on the growth and later stage. And for the big initiative, we have a strategic investment that will capture the more opportunity on the big size innovation. Next. If we look at the market today, basically, the list on the right side is a bit old, but at least we can see how Indonesia has emerged as the main market for the digital innovation. Yeah? And if we look at the graphic on the left-hand side, the growth is very significant, and Indonesia market has played a significant role, both in terms of the production and the place where we build the new startup and innovation, but also in terms of the market, where many global companies also rely on the local market in Indonesia. Next. With this situation, we believe that Indonesia will become the next emerging startup hub. If we look at some of the facts that has been defined in many media, we are number 5 for the largest startup ecosystem in the world, and we also number 3 in emerging country for the best startup ecosystem. And if you look at the Southeast Asia market, 40% is Indonesia, with more than 2,300 startup active in Indonesia, and the investment that has been spent during the last year is around $5.75 billion. With this situation, we hope that Indonesia will play a very significant role in the future. Next. Yeah, so far we have 1 decacorn and 7 unicorn. Some actually like Bukalapak has been publicly listed, but the problem is that the local investor shareholding are still very small in this unicorn and decacorn. So what is the solution next? Basically, yeah, next. Yeah, so that's why in Telkom we try to improve our involvement in the development of the new digital ventures. Since 2013, we started what we call as Indigo. Basically, we try to encourage the local community to incubate their ideas and help them to grow with the hope that there will be a follow-on funding from the initiative. And so far, we have incubated more than 198 startups in 11 sectors, so quite diverse here. And it also has created more than 35 billion synergy value with the Telkom Group, and 26 follow-on funding for the initial startup. Next. For the later stage, 2 years after, which is in 2015, we started to set up the MDI as our corporate venture capital. The idea is to grab and to capture opportunity in the later stage of startup. So we started with around 100 million investment, and we set up the office both in Jakarta and in US. And we start to find and discover the startup ecosystem and start investing on the small startup. And we see the growth is quite promising. Yeah? So we have some of the startup has been exit, some of them has been IPO. And in 2019, we built another CVC, which is a TMI for Telkomsel, that is more focused on the mobile ecosystem and some adjacent industry. And thanks God, last year we see that 3 of the startup that we invested has reached the unicorn status with the MPL, Neom, and Credivo. And we also received the Indonesia Best Venture Capital in 2020. Next. Yeah, this is basically the figure of MDI, our CVC. We are now managing 50 plus total portfolio under management with the 3 unicorn that we mentioned previously, and total committed asset under management is around 830 million US, and 5 active funds, and also has bring the synergy value to Telkom Group around 325 million US, and 11 of them has been exited. Next. Yeah. As I mentioned previously, we started with Indigo on the left-hand side and the MDI Ventures, but then we see that there are still some spot that we haven't managed very well. So that's why we also built 3 others arms to manage the investment opportunity, which is the emerge that focusing on the angel round, and then Arise focusing on the seed to pre-A series, and then Centauri that focus on the series A to B. So with these 5 arms, basically we try to capture on to facilitate startups in Indonesia and other market to grow in the later stage. Next. Yeah, I think this is the same, and also we have a TMI on Telkomsel, and yeah, mainly we try to inform that we have a commitment to manage around 600 million in MDI and 40 million in the TMI, and some other in Arise and Centauri. Next. Yeah, this is the 3 unicorn that has been achieved by MDI, and on the right side we also have a list of startups that are ready for IPO and also the next new mega round. Next. At the end, this is the total portfolio that we manage. So basically we have the group that the value is around 10 million to 99 million. And also on the middle is 100 million to almost 1 billion. And the 3 startup that has been the unicorn. So basically we try to manage the pipeline from the early stage up to the mature stage. Next. So by doing that, we try to facilitate all stakeholders that we manage to have the opportunity to capture the investment and also the growth in the digital sectors. And on the left side is basically we manage the value creation in the group itself. We have around 40 something subsidiaries that regularly we match the competency with the group, and also we manage the investor to grow their portfolio business, and we also have the mandate to bring the new initiative and investment to the group of state-owned enterprise, with the hope that we can grow together as an ecosystem. Next. Yeah, so that's all that's I like to share. Hopefully this is can bring a new new initiative and a new discussion for further development in Indonesia. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pak Widi. A very informative and insightful presentation from Telkom Group. Pak Widi, while we're waiting for the second speaker and also questions for you, as a moderator, I have a liberty to ask you first, yeah. Okay, Pak Widi, we know that Telkom Group is for 1 decade was the biggest market cap issuers in Indonesia. So, and also with this in this COVID time, actually the telecom sectors also doing very good. Yeah. So with all these initiative in having like subsidiary for venture capital, may you share with us how many percentage it contributes to telecom revenue in a year?
Yeah, basically, until now, we haven't consolidated this startup into the telecom revenue as a group, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But we financially we can capture the what is it, the gain that we get from the investment into the bottom line. So this already happened, and we see that this is very promising. So that's why we hope that we can extend the initiative to extend to the adjacent industry in the long run. Yeah.
Yeah, Pak Widi, I ever visited VC in UK, a very one of the prominent VC in the world. They share with us that from 100% of investment, the success rate was only 3%, but actually the success of 3% can, this 97% is, far below the success from 3%. What about the success rate in VC in telecom?
Yeah, I think the number is pretty much the same. But again, if we look at the gain that we get from the investment, so far has been very promising, eh? Because we all know that digital startup, the fail rate is also quite big. That's why we try to divide our investment on the different area, yeah? Starting from the angel capital, seed capital, up to the strategic part. Yeah. So we understand that the startup has the states that we call as the chasm, yeah, where it is very difficult for them to grow for the later stage. So that's why initially, if we look at the stages that we choose, we starting from the angel and then the MDI. Yeah? But we see that there is still a gap on the angel parts and also the pre-A. Yeah? So that's why we also develop the 3 others arm to help them to grow. Yeah? Because we see that the participation on the early stage is still very low from Indonesia. So that's why we try to enter all the value chain with the hope that more and more startup in Indonesia will more successful in the future. Yeah.
Thank you, Pak Widi. We have a note from the audience that they would love to have Telkom to educate them more to be successful. But hold on that. We can back to you after the second speaker, Ms. Tirsa Renata Manusami. She is the Director of Central Public Affairs of Grab Indonesia. Ms. Tirsa is a director in Grab. Tirsa spearheads the strategic public and private partnership with various government entities and policy advocacy for long-lasting social and economic impacts. She is also responsible for the overall strategy and implementation of public affairs initiative at Grab Indonesia. Prior to Grab, she was the director of the advising client and government agency in delivering infrastructure projects. She has over 12 years experience in public policy and advocacy, where she focuses on advocating public policy that protects common goods while at the same time does not impede private sector growth, creating a win-win principle. Ms. Tirsa graduated from University of Indonesia, and also she got a Master of Public Administration from Harvard Kennedy School. So without further ado, I please Ms. Tirsa, the time is yours.
Thank you, Federica, and hello, Pak Widi. Happy to be here. Good morning, everyone. I hope you can hear my voice and see my video clearly.
Very clear.
Thank you. Thank you so much. First of all, I'd like to say thank you very much for this opportunity to join you today. As being kindly introduced, my name is Tirza. I'm the Director for Central Public Affairs in Grab Indonesia. And it's both an honor and pleasure for me to speak today to all of you. And I'm going to talk about investing in Indonesia's future through technology. I believe I have the presentation. Do you mind just sharing it for me? Thank you very much. Okay, so thank you. If you can go to the next slide, please. I'd like to start with a bit of a backdrop. We believe that Indonesia technology sector looks extremely promising. Our government, particularly President Joko Widodo, aimed that we will have up to 25 new unicorns by next year. And this has been supported by the launch of multiple policies and campaign to encourage the startup industry. I just want to make sure that the slide has changed to the next slide, please. Thank you. Yeah. So 25 unicorns by 2022, and there has been a number of initiatives, policy, and campaigns to encourage this industry. And particularly during this pandemic, there has been a more extensive public and private partnership between government and tech sector. And one of them that we are also participating is a campaign called Bangga Buatan Indonesia, in which the government and private sector, particularly digital platforms, we are collaborating to accelerate the digital transformation of MSMEs, which is something desperately needed, especially during the pandemic where the mobility is restricted. And the pandemic itself has also accelerated digital adoption among consumers. And I think all of us here can relate to this. We now rely on technology and the internet to basically meet our daily needs and conduct our activities. The Economy Southeast Asia 2021 study estimates that Indonesia internet economy will hit 70 billion USD in 2021. And this is such a promising outlook for tech companies and investors, especially in this region. And while the COVID-19 pandemic has definitely hit some economy, it has not dampened the investment appetite into Indonesia tech sector. The third figure here show that quite the opposite, actually. The investment has surged, with deal value in the first half of 2021 hitting 4.7 billion USD, surpassing that recorded annually in the last 4 years. So it's definitely something to think about as a backdrop. And hence, in the next slide, I can confidently say that for promising tech companies, the future is looking bright, actually, to fundraise. And the positive climate of investment in tech sector is definitely a good news for tech companies, particularly because of the need to rapidly scale up their ventures to capture the market, be it currently at the pandemic stage, and more importantly, post-pandemic, where we see a permanent change of behavior of consumers. Now, talking about the pandemic, in the next slide, this new situation has put a spotlight for tech sub-industries that has become crucial to you and I during the mobility restriction. And this is particularly owing to the sub-industry's ability to enhance the livelihood of consumers. And that also includes our driver partners and MSMEs. Their presence has been very crucial now, but they will continue to be more important, especially post-pandemic, because we see that there are a lot of customers' behavior that has changed and will remain changed, even post-pandemic. And the focus of Indonesia, as well as some other Southeast Asia countries, is to get life, finances, and economies back to normal as soon as possible. And this tech company, this tech sub-industry include some areas which has become very important. Number one is online groceries. And I think this is something that you and I can relate. Because of the mobility restriction, we are forced to stay at home, and we have to shop online, be it for meals and groceries. And this includes basic food stuff, your sembako, your groceries, frozen food, as well as ready-to-eat meals. So that's the first sub-industry. The second sub-industry, quite naturally, is fintech. The surge in online shopping has propelled the use of digital financial services, and this includes digital wallets. And we see that this is such a promising trend, especially if we're talking about digital inclusion, because now we have more consumers having access to formal financial services as well. And another sub-industry that has gained a spotlight during the pandemic is telemedicine or e-health. Because of the pandemic, there's a newfound importance by the consumers toward wealth and toward health and well-being. And with a lot of hospitals being under pressure, consumers have started to opt for telemedicine or telehealth care, so they do not have to be physically present for doctor visit. And we also see that this trend will likely to continue even post-pandemic to a certain extent. The next sub-industry is logistic and supply chain. Although the mobility has been restricted, but the need of logistic services remain very important and even increase as consumers continue to shop online. And this bumped up the demand for companies that could leverage technology to create efficiencies within the logistic and supply chain. And this includes connecting retailers to consumers via last mile delivery. And finally, and this is quite unique to Indonesia, is something called social commerce or social seller. And this is another solution to online retail that investors are willing to place their money in. I'm still on the previous slide, sorry. And this is unique to Indonesia because Indonesia are massive social media users. And we have seen that Indonesians leverage social platform in new and very interesting ways. So tech companies that could capitalize on this fact can be sure to gain investor attention, as these companies already have a large potential consumer base to tap into. So that's the backdrop. And now on the next slide, I'd like to talk a bit more about Grab. So with all the different subcategories of industry, we support a comprehensive tech ecosystem. And we aim to bolster Indonesia digital economy. Our ecosystem includes solutions for different things and different needs. We have mobility, so our Grab car and Grab bike. And when the mobility was hit during the pandemic, our delivery and shopping services became the new prima donna, so to speak, because people still need to get their food and their groceries delivered at their doorstep. We also have financial services through OVO and Link Aja. We have telemedicine, and we also have digital kiosks, which is merchant or agents who serve particularly in the smaller cities in Indonesia. And through the service that is friendly to be used by anyone, we provide opportunity for all Indonesians really to be able to benefit from the digital economy. With mobility service, we also try to innovate. We have both Grab car and Grab bike, but we also have the more environmentally friendly services through our electric vehicles, ranging from car, bikes, to bicycle, as well as scooters. In terms of Grab food delivery, this is something that we also place a lot of importance, especially during the pandemic. And we were also working with the government to make sure that they were able to deliver food even during the mobility restriction. We remember at that time, we hit level 4 at some point of time. Ensuring the delivery service were still able to serve the consumers were also top of the priority. And definitely in terms of telemedicine, it's something that the consumers also were able to benefit during the time where hospitals were just over capacity. We also introduced a number of new portfolio that offers different services, much needed services for our consumers, which is Grab Just Tip and Grab Mart. Grab Just Tip is a concierge service that the consumer can choose to buy or to run some errands while they can be at the safety and comfort of their home, while Grab Mart focuses on providing options for groceries and food that might not be cooked food, but something that definitely the householder can benefit while they are staying at home. And all of these services, we make sure that we use the latest technological innovation to provide solutions for our consumers. And this is in line with our mission, which is Grab for Good. We want to leverage technology for the good of all. And to do that, in the next slide, we cannot build an integrated digital economy or digital ecosystem alone. Therefore, we have collaborated with a number of partners, which are the top players in their industry, to make sure that we fortify our offerings to our consumers. On this slide, you can see that we partner with strong players in many segments, really, in both of our front end and our back end. On the front end, just taking an example, we are collaborating with tech companies with innovative products that elevate consumer experience and option. Just an example, our partnership with Bukalapak has created new opportunity and new sales channel for our MSMEs merchants, especially those who are in the smaller cities of Indonesia, whom we consider as our consumers as well. Another example, on the back end, we also embed cutting-edge technology from innovative companies such as Microsoft to make sure that our platform can run seamlessly and efficiently, just to name a few. We believe that this collaboration enable us to provide an integrated ecosystem to serve Indonesians. On the next slide, we learn from our experience that growing our business and ecosystem from our early stage, which we started as a predominantly mobility service, to our current stage, which is a more advanced stage. And I can say that we are now a super app company, and we are also the first Southeast Asian decacorn. One thing that I can say here is that investment strategy must evolve alongside with the growth stage of the tech company. And this evolution ensure that both tech company and investor can optimize the deal result. On one side, tech company must have the capacity, and this includes resources to market presence, to absorb the investment from the agreed upon growth. And on the other side, investors must have the appropriate fund size and resources, such as market access, to enable the tech company to reach its full potential. So talking about Grab, at the early stage, like any company, our challenge was to survive. It was all about survival. Therefore, we sought for investors who believed in our potential and were ready to help us setting a strong foundation for future growth. Someone who believed and who saw what we could have been. And we were fortunate enough to have met with the right investors who saw a gem in the rough. gem in the making. And securing early stage investment was not only crucial for our business survival, but this also serve as a proof point for future and subsequent investors on our potential, on what we can become. Now, as a mature and in advanced stage, having proven our worth by disrupting markets for the better, the interest of investor began to soar. And this gives us an opportunity to start prioritizing and picking the best partners to elevate our growth to an expanded and an upper, even further in our growth. And at this point, we start to dig deep into fundamentals. What is the fundamental of our potential investors? Our foremost priority is to seek and connect with those who share our vision. And in this case, our vision is to leverage technology for the good of all. And just an example, just July this year, we have MTech, who invested 375 million USD to us. And we both share the vision of helping Indonesia optimizing its potential of becoming a digital economic country. Having this shared vision and mission is very crucial because we want to make sure that efforts and resources are committed to achieve these common goals. Now, the relationship between an investor and investee, I can say it can be compared to that of a marriage, in which both sides will gain access to each other's resources, and we try to make it work for the both sides. Therefore, we seek investors whose resources, in this case, products and services, to complement the digital ecosystem that we continue to expand. Besides receiving investments, we also investing back to companies in Indonesia, for example, in Link Aja. As a minority investor, we participate in the Series B fundraising in November last year. And as a digital financial service, Link Aja fits very well to our ecosystem. And therefore, we can reinforce our shared goal of accelerating digital inclusion in Indonesia. The next slide, I want to sort of re-emphasize that Grab is here to stay. We look for investors who are equally committed to investing in the future. In this slide, you can see that our latest collaboration is called Kota Masa Depan, an accelerator program, particularly for MSMEs, that we are collaborating with both MTech and Bukalapak. The goal of Kota Masa Depan is to empower 10,000 MSMEs in smaller cities. I'm talking about the second and third tier cities in Indonesia. And we also put a special attention to those in Eastern Indonesia. We do this through 3 programs. Number 1 is national vaccination, because we still believe that this health aspect remains to be one of the most important levers to secure. Second one is digital platform adoption, which enable the MSMEs that were offline to join the online platform in both Grab or Bukalapak, depending on the nature of their business. And the third program is through digital upskilling. And this is done through trainings and workshops. And this is particularly important because what we've observed is that a lot of businesses were trying to sell their products online, but they are still doing their business manually. So what we're trying to do is to provide trainings and workshops to build the capacity of the Indonesian talents, and in this case, the MSMEs, so that they can become digital entrepreneurship. So not only being in the digital, but also doing their business digitally. And through this digital upskilling program, we want MSMEs entrepreneurs to have the ability to optimize the use of technology and even someday put out innovative products and services that would transform the society for the better, to disrupt the market in the future. So that's Kota Masa Depan. On the next slide, the focus of this program is to develop the tech capabilities of MSMEs. And moving forward, we believe that one of the important building blocks is to have the good tech capacity of Indonesia through its tech talent. And we see that this is crucial to be able to attract future investors. Currently, the pace of the demand for tech talents outweighs the supply. And we see that this is a potential stumbling block for the future. To respond to that, we have established what we call Grab Tech Center, which is an R&D hub in which we nurture tech talents in Indonesia. And this is also our dual headquarters in Indonesia. This includes capacity building in key areas such as software engineering and data analysis. And this is also where we try to devise a number of solutions and tools which are helpful for our consumers, in this case, our MSMEs who are based in Indonesia. On top of that, we also created an accelerator program for promising startups. We call it Grab Ventures Velocity. In this batch, we are working together with BRI Ventures. Currently, we are at our 4th batch, and we are actually going to launch the graduation of this batch in the next few weeks. We have 6 post-seed startups who have developed technology such as point of sales, system, software as a service, and other different services that could be utilized to help MSMEs in the digital transformation. And we hope that this program will not only boost the growth of startups under our accelerator, which is the Grab Ventures Velocity, but also will result in innovation that will benefit the MSMEs in Indonesia. Next slide. Let me end this presentation by saying that putting our hearts and mind to do what is best for the common good typically will yield into a heartwarming result. The gentleman over here that you can see on the slide is Mas Cahyo from Salatiga. And he is one of our merchant who happened to be a person with disability. And because he has such limitation, he is supported and he is helped because he can still transact sitting in his small warung or small store in Salatiga, but he's able to do a lot of transaction, a lot of online transaction, as well as selling top-up credit and electricity paying by his customers and consumers. And this is just one of the many examples of MSMEs and our partner that we believe should be the core of investment. We believe that we should plant the seed today to sow the rewards tomorrow and to do what's best for the people in need. And that includes our driver partners, our merchants, and our agents, just like Mas Cahyo here. So that's all from me. I hope this presentation can be insightful, and I'm happy to take questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Tirza. A very good presentation that I myself, my heart is very touched to see the initiative from Grab to develop the underdeveloped communities in Indonesia. So I have a question, actually it's from floor, Ms. Tirza. The question is actually how to fit and maintain investor appetite and go to invest in Indonesia.
Thank you for that. So I think the investor came in all shapes and size, right? They have different interests and different targets. But one thing is for certain, which is they are here in Indonesia to drive the market, to really address the need of the market. Therefore, they want to contribute positively to the nation. So it is quite crucial for all parties, and I think here is also for the policymaker in particular, to create an equal playing field for all investors, and particularly I'm talking about the national policy level. And this is because we believe that investors, irrespective of their origins, they are united with the mission of addressing the Indonesian market and to help Indonesia grow. And we believe that creating a welcoming atmosphere for investors, it can boost their confidence and, of course, a sense of closeness, to Indonesia, and to encourage them to go even on to greater distance for the nation.
Okay.
Thank you for that question.
Thank you. I have one more question. You mentioned, we actually know that the successful startup are those who can answer the social problem, actually, right? So you also mentioned that some of the sectors that actually have a big opportunity to be successful in startup, like online grocery, fintech, medicine, and others. So what actually the main competitive, what are the most important thing for this startup to be successful, actually? Because we all know that they have to do this and this, but what the specific thing that can make them successful in the future?
So that's $1 million question, actually. That's a very loaded question. But I can say that number one, you always have to be consumer centric, right? Yeah. Whatever your industry is, like you said, Frederica, you can only be successful if you successfully address the right problem, right? So for one to understand the right problem, one needs to listen to those who have the problem, right? So that's why, for example, in Grab, we make it a point to always listen to our consumer and to make sure that all the product and services are consumer-centric and not the company-centric. At the end of the day, we are here to serve, right? We can only serve well if we listen well. So that's very important. It's consumer-centric. That's number one. I think number two, something that I've mentioned in the presentation, is the power of collaboration, right? We can't do this alone, which is why there are incubator, there are accelerator. So make use of that, right? Partner with other players, partner with other companies, because this will just strengthen what one startup may already have. So use that power of collaboration, both with private as well as with government, because together is the only way we can solve the Indonesian problem. Yeah. I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, addressing the problem correctly and collaboration. Yeah, I think it's very useful for participants today, the young people who has started their businesses. Okay, I'll have one question for Pak Widi, and I will let Ms. Tirsa to have closing remarks, and also Pak Widi later on to have closing remarks. Pak Widi, for Telkom Visi, what are the main point you look at this startup to make your Visi to invest on them?
Yeah, I guess about similar with Mbak Tirsa, yeah. Basically, startup is needed to solve our problem, yeah. If we can find the painful problem that happen in the market and in the society, then most likely they will be successful. So initially, as I mentioned during my presentation, we are focusing on the startup that already saw the traction, that indicates that they have been successfully maintain the traction. But again, we also now addressing a new startup that still trying to grow. So don't worry. So I see this, there are many students from the academy. So please join with us to grow the digital business in Indonesia. Yeah.
Thank you. And at the end step, we would like to see them also listed in a capital market, yeah, Pak Widi.
Definitely.
Yes, you have a incubator as well. Okay, I will let Ms. Tirsa to have your closing remark, please.
Thank you. Maybe I'll keep it short and sweet, yeah. So I only have three things, perhaps, just to convey. Number one, just the importance of being agile, right? We always try to plan something, but more often than not, life takes us to the different course. I'm sure February 2020, we didn't think that we will be here at this type of world today, right? So being agile is very important, irrespective to the industry. just know that change is the only the only constant, right? It's always changing. So be agile and be flexible. Number two, always be curious, particularly because as we weigh to different reality now in post-pandemic, there will always be different need and different interests of consumers. So always be curious on what the world needs, right? And we can only be successful, again, if we address the right problem. And finally, I always say this actually, in the world where you can be anything, be kind, right? During this pandemic, a lot of people are in trouble. As Saf mentioned, it has hit economy and it has hit a lot of communities. So be kind, look out of ways how we can use our strength to do good for others. Like what we have, our mission is Grab for Good. We want to leverage what we have, leverage the technology for the good of all. I hope that resonates with all of you.
Very nice and indeed sweet closing statement, to be agile, to keep your curiosity and be kind to others. Okay, Pak Widi, I'll let you have your closing remarks, please.
Yeah, I tried to follow the 3 items. So the first one, definitely now is the right time for all of us to build our digital business, yes, because we have proven that even during the pandemic, our digital business has shown the strong growth even during pandemic, yeah. Secondly, we see that similar with the spirit of platform, we cannot walk alone. So we have to go together, and definitely we can work together with the tech company, with the tech giant, as well as with a small company, even with the startup from any states that you have here. So let's do it and build it together. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Pak Widi. You mentioned about also like collaboration, yeah, and now it's time to start the digital business. I think it gives us all strength, yeah. Especially, I know the participant, most of the participant are young, and they also in a stage of having startup businesses. So I think it's a very rare and opportunity that you have to use this in a right way. How to be seen by Ibu Tirsa and Pak Widi in your business, how to do it correctly, how to use technology to enhance and accelerate the business. I think because of the time, we still have some keynote speaker later on. So I'll end this session right here. Thank you very much, Pak Widi and Ibu Tirsa, for your very informative and insightful information that I believe is very useful and important for all of us today. Thank you very much and have a nice day and success in the future. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Thank you. Take care.
Well, thank you very much, Ibu Kiki, for a fruitful yet deeply insightful discussion on investment acceleration, opportunity and challenges, integration strategy, as well as role investment. They were all shared and explored comprehensively in this session. I believe every one of us here has gained a lot of fresh perspective. Well then, Ibu Kiki, thank you very much once more time. I'll see you next time and wishing you always be healthy, Ibu Kiki. Thank you very much.
My pleasure. Bye.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, moving forward, we do have another interesting performance that we all soon witness. Our great performers now are the PSMITB choir, which has a myriad of achievements in the choir field by winning awards from various prestigious events, namely first runner-up in 1D category and Grand Prix first runner-up, 57 Concorso Internazionale di Canto SCC 2018, first winner of mixed choir category and first runner-up of music of religions category, 7th Satya Dharma Gita Choir Festival, and many others. So, I guess let us skip to the end. Give a virtual round of applause to PSM ITB.
I got this feeling inside my bones. It goes electric wavy when I turn it on. All through my city, all through my home. We're flying up, no sailing when we in our zone.
I got that sunshine in my pocket, got that good soul in my feet. I feel that hot blood in my body when it drops. Ooh, I can't take my eyes off of it, moving so phenomenally. Room on lock, the way we rock it, so don't stop.
Under the lights when everything goes, nowhere to hide when I'm getting it close. When we move, well, you already know. So just imagine.
Nothing I can see but you. Dance, dance, dance. Dance, dance, dance. Come on. All those things I shouldn't do, but you dance, dance, dance. And ain't nobody leaving soon, so keep dancing. I can't stop the feeling.
So just dance, dance,
I can't
dance.
stop the feeling.
So just dance, dance, dance.
Come on.
Ooh, it's something magical.
It's magical.
It's in the air, it's in my blood, it's rushing on.
It's rushing
I
on.
don't need no reason, don't need control.
No
I
control.
fly so high, no sailing when I'm in my zone.
I got that sunshine in my pocket, got that good soul in my feet. I feel that hot blood in my body when it drops. Ooh, I can't take my eyes off of it, moving so phenomenally. Room on lock, the way we rock it, so don't stop.
Under the lights when everything goes, nowhere to hide when I'm getting you close. When we move, but we'll already know. So just imagine.
Nothing I can see but you. Dance, dance, dance. So just dance, dance, dance. Come on. All those things I shouldn't do, but you dance, dance, dance. And ain't nobody leaving soon, so keep dancing. I can't stop the feeling.
So just dance, dance,
I can't
dance.
stop the feeling.
So just dance, dance,
I can't
dance.
stop the feeling.
So just dance, dance,
I can't
dance.
stop the feeling.
So keep dancing.
Come on.
Oh,
Yeah, yeah. I can't stop the. I can't stop the. I can't stop the. I can't stop the. I can't stop the
nothing I
feeling.
can see but you. Dance, dance, dance.
I can't
Stop
stop
the
the
good, good,
feeling.
good, we love you. So just dance, dance, dance.
Come on.
All those things I shouldn't do, but you dance, dance, dance. And ain't nobody leaving soon, so keep dancing.
I can't stop the feeling.
Got this feeling in my
I can't
body.
stop the feeling.
Got this feeling in my body. Come on, wanna see you move your
I
body.
can't stop the feeling.
Got this feeling in my body. Come on.
Do you hear me? I'm talking to you. Across the water, across the deep blue ocean, under the open sky. Come on, baby, I'm trying.
Boy, I hear you in my dreams. I feel you whisper across the sea. I keep you with me in my heart. You make it easier when life gets hard. Lucky I'm in love with my best friend. Lucky to have been where I have been. Lucky to be coming home again. They don't know it takes waiting for a love like this. Every time we say goodbye, I wish we had one more kiss. I'll wait for you, I promise you, I will. Lucky I'm in love with my best friend. Lucky to have been where I have been. Lucky to be coming home again. Lucky we're in love in every way. Lucky to have stayed where we have stayed. Lucky to be coming home someday. And so I'm sailing
The sea
to an island lucky to have been where I have been, lucky to be coming home again. Lucky we're in love in every way, lucky to have stayed where we have stayed, lucky to be coming home someday.
Everybody loves the things you do, from the way you talk to the way you move. Everybody here is watching you, 'cause you feel like home. You're like a dream come true. But if by chance you're here alone, can I have a moment before I go? 'Cause I've been by myself all night long, hoping you're someone I used to know. You look like a movie, you sound like a song. My God, this reminds me of when we were young. Let me photograph you in this night, the days is the last time. Let me remind me exactly like we were before we realized we were scared of getting old and made us restless. It was just like a movie, it was just like a song. When we were young, when we were young, when we were young, when we were young. It's hard to admit that everything just takes me back to when you were there, to when you were there. And a part of me keeps holding on, just in case it hasn't gone. I guess I still care. Do you still care? It was just like a movie, it was just like a song. My God, this reminds me of when we were young. Let me photograph you in this night, in case this is the last time. Can we run exactly like we were before we realized we were scared of getting old and made us restless. I'm so glad I'm getting old, it makes me reckless. It was just like a movie, it was just like a song. When we were young. Even if you can't find heaven, 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 heaven,
Hands, put your empty hands in mine. And scars, show me all the scars you are. gonna stand by you. Even if you're breaking down, find a way to break through. Even if you can't find heaven, I'll walk through hell with you. Love, you're not alone, 'cause I'm gonna stand by you. Even if you can't find heaven, 'cause I'm gonna stand by you. Even if you can't find heaven, I'll walk through hell with you. Love, you're not alone, 'cause I'm gonna stand by you.
May you all never knew I need it. And the heart sometimes is unclear why it's beating. Why this love we can wait close to? 'Cause I'm gonna stand by you. Oh, truth,
My truth is what you need. And faith, God given is helping to reason. And love, if your wings are broken, borrow my soul, you're still open to. 'Cause I'm gonna stand by you. Even if you're breaking down, find a way to break through. Even if you can't find heaven, I'll walk through hell with you. Love, you're not alone, 'cause I'm gonna stand by you. Even if you can't find heaven, 'cause I'm gonna stand by you. Even if you can't find heaven, I'll walk through hell with you. Love, you're not alone, 'cause I'm gonna stand by you. Love, you're not alone, 'cause I'm gonna stand by you.
got this feeling inside my bones. It goes electric wavy when I turn it on. All through my city, all through my home. We're flying up, no sailing when we in our zone.
I got that sunshine in my pocket, got that good soul in my feet. I feel that hot blood in my body when it drops. Ooh, I can't take my eyes off it, moving so phenomenally. Room unlocked the way we rock it, so don't stop.
Under the lights when everything goes, nowhere to hide when I'm getting you close. When we move, you'll already know. So just imagine.
Nothing I can see but you dance, dance, dance. Oh, just dance, dance, dance. Come on. All those things I shouldn't do, but you dance, dance, dance. And ain't nobody leaving soon, so keep dancing. I can't stop the feeling.
So just dance, dance,
I can't
dance.
stop the feeling.
So just dance, dance, dance.
Come on.
It's something magical.
It's magical.
It's in the air, it's in my blood, it's rushing on.
It's rushing
I
on.
don't need no reason, don't need control.
No
I
control.
fly so high, no sailing when I'm in my zone.
I got that sunshine in my pocket, got that good soul in my feet. I feel that hot blood in my body when it drops. Ooh, I can't take my eyes off it, moving so phenomenally. Room unlocked the way we rock it, so don't stop.
Under the lights when everything goes, nowhere to hide when I'm getting you close. When we move, you'll already know. So just imagine.
Nothing I can see but you dance, dance, dance. So just dance, dance, dance. Come on. All those things I shouldn't do, but you dance, dance, dance. And ain't nobody leaving soon, so keep dancing. I can't stop the feeling.
So just dance, dance,
I can't
dance.
stop the feeling.
So just dance, dance,
I can't
dance.
stop the feeling.
So just dance, dance,
I can't
dance.
stop the feeling.
So keep dancing.
Come on.
Oh,
Yeah, yeah. I can't stop the. I can't stop the. I can't stop the. I can't stop the. I can't stop the
nothing
feeling.
I can see but you. You dance, dance, dance.
I can't stop the
Good, good,
feeling.
good, good, on you. So just dance, dance, dance.
Come on.
All those things I shouldn't do, but you dance, dance, dance. And ain't nobody leaving soon, so keep dancing.
I can't stop the feeling.
Got this feeling in my
I can't
body.
stop the feeling.
Got this feeling in my body. Come on, wanna see you move your body.
Can't stop the feeling.
Got this feeling in my body. Come on. Do you hear me? I'm talking to you. Across the water, across the deep blue ocean, under the open sky. Oh my, baby, I'm trying.
Boy, I hear you in my dreams. I feel you whisper across the sea. I keep you with me in my heart. You make it easier when life gets hard. Lucky I'm in love with my best friend. Lucky to have been where I have been. Lucky to be coming home again. They don't know how long it takes, waiting for a love like this. Every time we say I'm in love with my best friend. Lucky to have been where I have been. Lucky to be coming home again. Lucky we're in love in every way. Lucky to have stayed where we have stayed. Lucky to be coming home someday. And so I'm sailing the sea to an island where we will meet, hear the music, feel the air. I put a flower in your hair. Feel the breezes through the trees, look so pretty. You're all I see as the world keeps spinning round. You hold me right here, right now. Lucky I'm in love with my best friend. Lucky to have been where I have been. Lucky to be coming home again. Lucky we're in love in every way. Lucky to have stayed where we have stayed. Lucky to be coming home someday.
Everybody loves the things you do, from the way you talk to the way you move. Everybody here is watching you, 'cause you feel like home. You're like a dream come true. But if by chance you're here alone, can I have a moment before I go? 'Cause I've been by myself all night long, hoping you're someone I used to know. You look like a movie, you sound like a song. My God, this reminds me of when we were young. Let me photograph you in this light. This is the last time that we might be exactly like we were before we realized we were scared of getting old and made us restless. It was just like a movie. It was just like a even if we can't find heaven,
Hands, put your empty hands in mine. And scars, show me all the scars you have. And hey, if your wings are broken, please take mine so yours can open too. 'Cause I'm gonna stand by you.
Oh, tears, make away those bumps in your eyes. And hurt, when you're running was and wrong. And love, if your wings are broken, borrow mine so yours can open too.
'Cause I'm gonna stand by you. Even if you're breaking down, or break through.
Even if we can't find heaven, I'll walk through hell with you. Love, you're not alone, 'cause I'm gonna stand by you. Even if we can't find heaven, 'cause I'm gonna stand by you. Even if we can't find heaven, I'll walk through hell with you. Love, you're not alone, 'cause I'm gonna stand by you.
Yeah, you all never knew I need it. And the heart, sometimes it's unclear why it's beating. Why this love, we can break those two. 'Cause I'm gonna stand by you.
Oh, truth, what truth is what you need. And faith, how I think that is helping to reason. And love, if your wings are broken, borrow mine so yours can open too.
'Cause I'm gonna stand by you. Even if you're breaking down, we can break through.
Even if we can't find heaven, I'll walk through hell with you. Love, you're not alone, 'cause I'm gonna stand by you. Even if we can't find heaven, 'cause I'm gonna stand by you. Even if we can't find heaven, I'll walk through hell with you. Love, you're not alone, 'cause I'm gonna stand by you. Love, you're not alone, 'cause I'm gonna stand by you.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Honorable Chairman of Indonesia Forum, Bapak Profesor Bambang Brojonegoro, CEO of Nostar Group, Bapak Patrick Waluyo, CEO of Telkom Indonesia, Bapak Riri Adriansah, all participants of Indonesia Digital Forum, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon. Before I give my presentation, I would like to thank Indonesia Forum for giving us opportunity to take part in this valuable event. In this opportunity, I would like to share with you about investment development in Indonesia in 2020 and 2021. I will also share about investment climate improvement through creation job law and about economic transformation by creating downstream.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Salam sejahtera bagi kita semua.
Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan.
Salam Indonesia maju penuh semangat.
Para pengurus Indonesia Forum
yang saya banggakan, sahabat saya yang sama-sama kita hormati, Ketua Umum Indonesia Forum, Profesor Bambang Brojonegoro, dan seluruh pengurus Indonesia Forum yang tentunya berbahagia.
Kebanggaan bagi saya pada hari ini dapat bergabung bersama hadirin dalam forum yang inspiratif ini.
Tidak terlepas dari tantangan, seperti tidak terintegrasinya data antara sistem bidang kesehatan, banyaknya jumlah aplikasi bidang kesehatan yang tersedia, sehingga mengakibatkan ketidakefisienan.
Menjadi sangat penting sebagai komitmen dari pemerintah untuk memajukan Indonesia membangun ekonomi dalam mencapai sasaran-sasaran bersama Sustainable Development Goal.
Telah terasa begitu nyata. Bulan lalu, saya sempat melihat langsung bagaimana fasilitas teknologi yang dibantu BUMN.
Tahun 2021 menjadi momentum yang sangat tepat untuk pemulihan ekonomi global. Mengingat tahun ini telah ditetapkan sebagai the International Year of Creative Economy for Sustainable Development.
Sebuah upaya yang patut diapresiasi dalam rangka mendorong implementasi semua pihak dalam rangka mencapai SDGs.
Diperlukan peran dan sinergi dari berbagai stakeholder.
Hanya dengan bersinergi kita bisa membangun masyarakat digital untuk pemulihan dan kemajuan ekonomi dan sosial bangsa Indonesia di masa kini dan masa depan.
Indonesia Forum bisa bermitra dengan Kemenparekraf untuk meningkatkan keterampilan masyarakat kita.
Selamat berdiskusi, terima kasih.
Terima kasih, sukses Indonesia Forum.
Mari kita kuatkan sinergi lintas sektoral untuk mencapai SDG bagi kemajuan ekonomi dan kesejahteraan masyarakat.
Terima kasih Indonesia Forum dan panitia penyelenggara. Selamat berdiskusi dan bersinergi. Salam sehat, salam akhlak untuk kita semua. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Salam sejahtera bagi kita semua.
Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan.
Salam Indonesia maju penuh semangat.
Para pengurus Indonesia Forum
yang saya banggakan, sahabat saya yang sama-sama kita hormati, Ketua Umum Indonesia Forum, Profesor Bambang Brojonegoro, dan seluruh pengurus Indonesia Forum yang tentunya berbahagia.
Kebanggaan bagi saya pada hari ini dapat bergabung bersama hadirin dalam forum yang inspiratif ini.
Tidak terlepas dari tantangan, seperti tidak terintegrasinya data antara sistem bidang kesehatan, banyaknya jumlah aplikasi bidang kesehatan yang tersedia, sehingga mengakibatkan ketidakefisienan.
Menjadi sangat penting sebagai komitmen dari pemerintah untuk memajukan Indonesia membangun ekonomi dalam mencapai sasaran-sasaran bersama Sustainable Development Goal.
Telah terasa begitu nyata. Bulan lalu, saya sempat melihat langsung bagaimana fasilitas teknologi yang dibantu BUMN.
Tahun 2021 menjadi momentum yang sangat tepat untuk pemulihan ekonomi global. Mengingat tahun ini telah ditetapkan sebagai the International Year of Creative Economy for Sustainable Development.
Sebuah upaya yang patut diapresiasi dalam rangka mendorong implementasi semua pihak dalam rangka mencapai SDGs.
Diperlukan peran dan sinergi dari berbagai stakeholder.
Hanya dengan bersinergi kita bisa membangun masyarakat digital untuk pemulihan dan kemajuan ekonomi dan sosial bangsa Indonesia di masa kini dan masa depan.
Indonesia Forum bisa bermitra dengan Kemenparekraf untuk meningkatkan keterampilan masyarakat kita.
Selamat berdiskusi. Terima kasih.
Terima kasih, sukses Indonesia Forum.
Mari kita kuatkan sinergi lintas sektoral untuk mencapai SDG bagi kemajuan ekonomi dan kesejahteraan masyarakat.
Terima kasih Indonesia Forum dan panitia penyelenggara. Selamat berdiskusi dan bersinergi. Salam sehat, salam akhlak untuk kita semua. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Salam sejahtera bagi kita semua.
Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan.
Salam Indonesia maju penuh semangat.
Para pengurus Indonesia Forum
yang saya banggakan, sahabat saya yang sama-sama kita hormati, Ketua Umum Indonesia Forum, Profesor Bambang Brojonegoro, dan seluruh pengurus Indonesia Forum yang tentunya berbahagia.
Kebanggaan bagi saya pada hari ini dapat bergabung bersama hadirin dalam forum yang inspiratif ini.
Tidak terlepas dari tantangan, seperti tidak terintegrasinya data antara sistem bidang kesehatan, banyaknya jumlah aplikasi bidang kesehatan yang tersedia, sehingga mengakibatkan ketidakefisienan.
Menjadi sangat penting sebagai komitmen dari pemerintah untuk memajukan Indonesia membangun ekonomi dalam mencapai sasaran-sasaran bersama Sustainable Development Goal.
Telah terasa begitu nyata. Bulan lalu saya sempat melihat langsung bagaimana fasilitas teknologi yang dibantu BUMN.
Tahun 2021 menjadi momentum yang sangat tepat untuk pemulihan ekonomi global. Mengingat tahun ini telah ditetapkan sebagai the International Year of Creative Economy for Sustainable Development.
Sebuah upaya yang patut diapresiasi dalam rangka mendorong implementasi semua pihak dalam rangka mencapai SDGs.
Diperlukan peran dan sinergi dari berbagai stakeholder.
Hanya dengan bersinergi kita bisa membangun masyarakat digital untuk pemulihan dan kemajuan ekonomi dan sosial bangsa Indonesia di masa kini dan masa depan.
Indonesia Forum bisa bermitra dengan Kemenparekraf untuk meningkatkan keterampilan masyarakat kita.
Selamat berdiskusi. Terima kasih.
Terima kasih, sukses Indonesia Forum.
Mari kita kuatkan sinergi lintas sektoral untuk mencapai SDG bagi kemajuan ekonomi dan kesejahteraan masyarakat.
Terima kasih Indonesia Forum dan panitia penyelenggara. Selamat berdiskusi dan bersinergi. Salam sehat, salam akhlak untuk kita semua. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Salam sejahtera bagi kita semua.
Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan.
Salam Indonesia maju penuh semangat.
Para pengurus Indonesia Forum
yang saya banggakan, sahabat saya yang sama-sama kita hormati, Ketua Umum Indonesia Forum, Profesor Bambang Brojonegoro, dan seluruh pengurus Indonesia Forum yang tentunya berbahagia.
Kebanggaan bagi saya pada hari ini dapat bergabung bersama hadirin dalam forum yang inspiratif ini.
Tidak terlepas dari tantangan, seperti tidak terintegrasinya data antara sistem bidang kesehatan, banyaknya jumlah aplikasi bidang kesehatan yang tersedia, sehingga mengakibatkan ketidakefisienan.
Menjadi sangat penting sebagai komitmen dari pemerintah untuk memajukan Indonesia membangun ekonomi dalam mencapai sasaran-sasaran bersama Sustainable Development Goal.
Telah terasa begitu nyata. Bulan lalu saya sempat melihat langsung bagaimana fasilitas teknologi yang dibantu BUMN.
Tahun 2021 menjadi momentum yang sangat tepat untuk pemulihan ekonomi global. Mengingat tahun ini telah ditetapkan sebagai the International Year of Creative Economy for Sustainable Development.
Sebuah upaya yang patut diapresiasi dalam rangka mendorong implementasi semua pihak dalam rangka mencapai SDGs.
Diperlukan peran dan sinergi dari berbagai stakeholder.
Hanya dengan bersinergi kita bisa membangun masyarakat digital untuk pemulihan dan kemajuan ekonomi dan sosial bangsa Indonesia di masa kini dan masa depan.
Indonesia Forum bisa bermitra dengan Kemenparekraf untuk meningkatkan keterampilan masyarakat kita.
Selamat berdiskusi, terima kasih.
Terima kasih, sukses Indonesia Forum.
Mari kita kuatkan sinergi lintas sektoral untuk mencapai SDG bagi kemajuan ekonomi dan kesejahteraan masyarakat.
Terima kasih Indonesia Forum dan panitia penyelenggara. Selamat berdiskusi dan bersinergi. Salam sehat, salam akhlak untuk kita semua. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Salam sejahtera bagi kita semua.
Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan.
Salam Indonesia maju penuh semangat.
Para pengurus Indonesia Forum
yang saya banggakan, sahabat saya yang sama-sama kita hormati, Ketua Umum Indonesia Forum, Profesor Bambang Brojonegoro, dan seluruh pengurus Indonesia Forum yang tentunya berbahagia.
Kebanggaan bagi saya pada hari ini dapat bergabung bersama hadirin dalam forum yang inspiratif ini.
Tidak terlepas dari tantangan, seperti tidak terintegrasinya data antara sistem bidang kesehatan, banyaknya jumlah aplikasi bidang kesehatan yang tersedia, sehingga mengakibatkan ketidakefisienan.
Menjadi sangat penting sebagai komitmen dari pemerintah untuk memajukan Indonesia membangun ekonomi dalam mencapai sasaran-sasaran bersama Sustainable Development Goal.
Telah terasa begitu nyata. Bulan lalu, saya sempat melihat langsung bagaimana fasilitas teknologi yang dibantu BUMN.
Tahun 2021 menjadi momentum yang sangat tepat untuk pemulihan ekonomi global. Mengingat tahun ini telah ditetapkan sebagai the International Year of Creative Economy for Sustainable Development.
Sebuah upaya yang patut diapresiasi dalam rangka mendorong implementasi semua pihak dalam rangka mencapai SDGs.
Diperlukan peran dan sinergi dari berbagai stakeholder.
Hanya dengan bersinergi kita bisa membangun masyarakat digital untuk pemulihan dan kemajuan ekonomi dan sosial bangsa Indonesia di masa kini dan masa depan.
Indonesia Forum bisa bermitra dengan Kemenparekraf untuk meningkatkan keterampilan masyarakat kita.
Selamat berdiskusi, terima kasih.
Terima kasih, sukses Indonesia Forum.
Mari kita kuatkan sinergi lintas sektoral untuk mencapai SDG bagi kemajuan ekonomi dan kesejahteraan masyarakat.
Terima kasih Indonesia Forum dan panitia penyelenggara. Selamat berdiskusi dan bersinergi. Salam sehat, salam akhlak untuk kita semua. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Salam sejahtera bagi kita semua.
Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan.
Salam Indonesia maju penuh semangat.
Para pengurus Indonesia Forum
yang saya banggakan, sahabat saya yang sama-sama kita hormati, Ketua Umum Indonesia Forum, Profesor Bambang Brojonegoro, dan seluruh pengurus Indonesia Forum yang tentunya berbahagia.
Kebanggaan bagi saya pada hari ini dapat bergabung bersama hadirin dalam forum yang inspiratif ini.
Tidak terlepas dari tantangan, seperti tidak terintegrasinya data antara sistem bidang kesehatan, banyaknya jumlah aplikasi bidang kesehatan yang tersedia, sehingga mengakibatkan ketidakefisienan.
Menjadi sangat penting sebagai komitmen dari pemerintah untuk memastikan
with the theme Investment in Indonesia in the Digital Era, Challenge and Opportunities. Without further ado, let's welcome the Excellency Mr. Arif Hafaz Ugroseno.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi bagi para pemirsa di Indonesia. Terima kasih atas undangan dari Indonesia Forum kepada saya untuk menyampaikan keynote speech tentang Indonesian Digital Banking dan Investment Forum. Pada kesempatan ini saya akan menyampaikan dua hal yang paling utama terkait dengan tantangan investasi di Indonesia. Yang pertama adalah terkait dengan inbound investment dan yang kedua terkait dengan outbound investment. Mengenai inbound investment, tentunya kita sudah memahami bahwa pemerintah Indonesia sudah melakukan sejumlah kebijakan-kebijakan, sudah melakukan sejumlah langkah-langkah yang telah menghasilkan suatu angka kemudahan berbisnis, berusaha di Indonesia yang semakin bagus. Tahun 2015 kita berada di peringkat ratusan dan sekarang 2019 kita berada pada peringkat 70-an. Jadi ada kemajuan yang luar biasa. Kita juga melihat adanya terobosan-terobosan baru untuk melakukan simplifikasi aturan-aturan Indonesia yang sangat rumit awalnya. Misalnya dengan Undang-Undang Cipta Kerja, kemudian kita juga membuat aturan yang lebih simpel, yang lebih sederhana terkait dengan masalah penguatan vokasi di Indonesia. Kita juga telah melakukan berbagai kebijakan yang jelas mengenai insentif-insentif bagi investor asing dan juga menyiapkan lokasi-lokasi infrastruktur kawasan ekonomi khusus bagi investor asing yang ingin melakukan investasi di Indonesia. Semua itu dapat dicari dengan mudah tentunya di dalam aturan-aturan yang ada di dalam Kementerian BKPM, dan tentunya kita juga mengetahui bahwa kebijakan utama di Kementerian BKPM yang menjadi one stop service bagi para investor asing juga terbukti memudahkan investor asing yang akan datang dan berinvestasi di Indonesia. Dari sisi kondisi global, tentunya kita tahu dalam konteks pandemi, salah satu aspek yang sangat terdampak adalah supply chain. Dan salah satu hal yang sangat nyata dari supply chain ini adalah munculnya keinginan dari beberapa industri global untuk melakukan relokasi industri mereka dari Asia Timur, khususnya dari Tiongkok ke tempat lain. Di Jerman saja, di tempat kami bertugas, laporan dari beberapa konsultan menyebutkan bahwa paling tidak ada 100 lebih dari perusahaan Jerman yang ingin melakukan relokasi dari Asia Timur, dari Tiongkok, keluar dari Tiongkok. Ini merupakan peluang yang bisa kita tangkap, meskipun tentunya ada kompetitor kita yang paling kuat. Kompetitor kita di kawasan Asia Tenggara adalah Vietnam, karena kita lihat Vietnam sebagai suatu negara yang sistem politiknya berbeda dari kita, itu mempunyai kelincahan-kelincahan tertentu dalam menentukan kebijakan secara cepat karena kan negaranya menganut sistem satu partai. Kawasan lain di dunia ini sulit, kita tahu dalam konteks menerima investasi asing. Afrika masih tidak stabil, ada yang stabil juga ada yang tidak stabil. Timur Tengah kita tahu sendiri penuh dengan konflik, Amerika Latin juga sama. Jadi memang Asia Tenggara atau Asia Selatan mungkin menjadi satu lokasi pilihan yang paling baik untuk relokasi dari Tiongkok. Nah, peluang inilah yang harus kita manfaatkan dengan baik. Kita di KBRI Berlin telah memfasilitasi kunjungan dari Bapak Menteri Investasi, Bapak Bahlil, dan juga Bapak Menteri Perindustrian, Bapak Gumiwang yang datang ke Jerman pada waktu itu, di mana kita menyelenggarakan sejumlah pertemuan-pertemuan dengan industri Jerman untuk mereka bisa berinvestasi di Indonesia, terutama investor baru, jadi bukan investor yang lama. Meskipun kita juga mengundang investor yang lama untuk memperluas investasi mereka di Indonesia. Pada sisi kepala negara, Bapak Presiden Jokowi dalam pertemuan dengan Ibu Kanselir Angela Merkel juga telah menawarkan suatu konsep German Industrial Quarter, di mana kita mengharapkan ada satu kawasan ya, di mana di situ ada industri-industri Jerman yang terkonsentrasi, yang bisa diberikan fasilitasi. Kita juga telah bekerjasama dengan kawasan industri di Batang, Jawa Tengah untuk tahun depan melakukan suatu roadshow yang agresif. Hal lain yang kita lakukan di Jerman adalah melakukan lobby agar Indonesia menjadi mitra dari Hannover Messe, Hannover Fair. Hannover Fair ini adalah suatu fair yang terbesar, fair industri 4.0 terbesar di dunia. Indonesia pernah menjadi mitra pada tahun 90-an. Kemudian Indonesia menjadi mitra tahun ini untuk Hannover Fair Digital, dan kita akan menjadi mitra kembali Hannover Fair secara fisik pada tahun 2023. Jadi practically 1 tahun lagi. Mitra Indonesianya adalah Kementerian Perindustrian yang tentunya dikoordinasikan oleh Kementerian Koordinator Perekonomian. Jadi kita akan melakukan showcasing terhadap kemampuan Indonesia di bidang 4.0, industri 4.0 di Indonesia yang memang sebenarnya sudah ada juga di Indonesia. Industri 4.0 yang telah berjalan dengan baik. Kita ingin menunjukkan brand Indonesia, bahwa Indonesia itu bukan hanya tempat berwisata. Indonesia bukan hanya tempat untuk berlibur, tapi Indonesia juga adalah tempat untuk berinvestasi di bidang industri 4.0. Nah, itu adalah satu sisi dari keynote saya pagi ini, yaitu investasi dari asing ke Indonesia, dan secara singkat bagaimana kita di KBRI Berlin juga telah melakukan upaya-upaya untuk menghadirkan investor dari Jerman ke Indonesia. Aspek lain yang kita lakukan misalnya juga pendidikan. Kami bekerjasama dengan kementerian terkait, khususnya Kementerian Perindustrian, untuk memperkuat vokasi SMK-SMK Indonesia sehingga nanti bisa menghasilkan tenaga kerja yang terampil, siap bekerja, dan mampu nanti direkrut oleh industri Jerman yang melakukan investasi di Indonesia. Jadi suatu pendekatan yang holistik, komprehensif yang kita lakukan dalam menarik investor Jerman ke Indonesia. Aspek lain yang menurut observasi saya masih perlu diperkuat dari Indonesia adalah bagaimana Indonesia ini bisa menjadi investor ke luar negeri. Hal ini merupakan suatu hal yang sangat penting, dan ini kami terinspirasi terus terang oleh adanya 7 perusahaan Indonesia yang melakukan investasi asing di Jerman. Saya rasa ini adalah satu-satunya negara di mana Indonesia melakukan investasi di bidang industri di Uni Eropa, yaitu di Jerman. Sependek pengetahuan saya belum mengetahui apakah ada investor Indonesia di bidang industri yang melakukan investasi di negara lain di Uni Eropa. Kita tahu ada investasi Indonesia di Vietnam misalnya, kita tahu ada investasi Indonesia di Afrika di bidang makanan, investasi Indonesia di Eropa sifatnya di Jerman adalah industri kimia dan beberapa industri yang lain. Nah, ini relevan sekali dalam konteks acara yang diselenggarakan di Indonesia Forum ini, Indonesia Digital Banking dan juga Indonesia Investment Forum, karena misalnya dalam panel yang akan segera digelar setelah saya memberikan keynote ini, ada misalnya Grab dari Singapura yang beroperasi di Indonesia. Tapi apakah ada perusahaan sejenis Grab, ride hailing yang ada di Singapura? Jawabannya kita tahu nggak ada. Apakah ada perusahaan Telekom Indonesia yang beroperasi di Singapura? Karena kita tahu Telkomsel sahamnya dengan angka yang cukup substansial itu dimiliki oleh Singtel. Juga saya rasa tidak ada. Kita lihat banyak sekali bank Singapura di Indonesia, DBS, UOB, ada Bank Malaysia, CIMB, Bank Maybank misalnya. Tapi apakah ada Bank Indonesia yang beroperasi secara masif di Singapura dan Malaysia? Jawabannya jelas nggak ada. Nah, kalau kita lihat di Eropa misalnya, kalau kita jalan ke ibu kota Eropa, kemarin saya kebetulan ke London, ke Glasgow, skop 26, Bank of China atau bank dari China itu ada di mana-mana. Kalau kita jalan ke Munchen, ke Frankfurt, itu bank dari China ada di mana-mana. Bank dari India ada di mana-mana, tapi nggak ada bank dari Indonesia. Dan wakil Indonesia dari perbankan itu hanya di London, itu hanya kantor representatif, tapi tidak melakukan kegiatan retail sama sekali. Padahal misalnya umat Islam di Eropa yang jumlahnya cukup banyak itu menginginkan kehadiran syariah bank. Dan bank-bank kita sebenarnya punya kemampuan, tapi tampaknya memang keinginan untuk berinvestasi keluar oleh bangsa kita itu masih sangat terbatas sekali. Dan ini mungkin karena persoalan mindset. Kalau kita lihat perjanjian bilateral investasi antara Indonesia dengan Perancis yang ditandatangani tahun 60-an dan sekarang sudah tidak berlaku, tapi cukup berlaku dalam waktu yang lama. Di situ diatur secara jelas di perjanjian yang lama itu bahwa perjanjian investasi bilateral Indonesia-Perancis itu hanya mengatur investasi dari Perancis ke Indonesia. Jadi bangsa Eropa memang tidak membayangkan bangsa Indonesia itu bisa berinvestasi di Eropa. Jadi hanya mereka berpikir ya kita harus berinvestasi di Indonesia full stop. Bahkan undang-undang investasi Indonesia pun yang lama itu tidak menyebutkan outbound investment. Baru ada aturan dari Menteri BKPM internal yang mendukung adanya outbound investment. Tapi suatu mindset, suatu cara berpikir bangsa Indonesia untuk berani melakukan investasi secara besar-besaran, secara dalam jumlah yang besar, dalam arti berapa jumlah perusahaan kita untuk luar negeri itu masih jarang sekali. Meskipun sebenarnya kemampuan ekonominya juga cukup kuat. Mungkin karena domestic market kita yang besar ya, sehingga kita lalai dan menjadi jago kandang. Jadi memang pemikiran ini memerlukan suatu Indonesian Corporations, Indonesia Incorporated yang tidak hanya diwacanakan tapi benar-benar dilakukan. Dan semoga Indonesia Forum, teman-teman di Indonesia Forum ini bisa memikirkan bagaimana caranya agar kita itu bisa seperti bangsa-bangsa lain di dunia melakukan investasi di luar negara kita secara agresif. Seperti yang dilakukan oleh negara tetangga kita yang secara GDP ataupun secara populasi itu jauh lebih kecil dari Indonesia, tapi mempunyai investasi yang ada di berbagai negara, sementara Indonesia sebagai negara G20 masih juga terkungkung cara berpikirnya dalam konteks domestic market. Mungkin itu yang bisa saya sampaikan. Pesannya adalah satu, bahwa kita perlu terus menarik investor asing ke Indonesia karena ada suatu kondisi-kondisi geopolitik baru yang memungkinkan kita untuk menarik dana asing dan menciptakan industri baru di Indonesia, dan juga karena dalam konteks modernisasi dari industri di Indonesia. Tapi di sisi lain, outbound investment Indonesia juga perlu digarap, perlu diperkuat, dan perlu ada suatu Indonesia Incorporated sehingga kita benar-benar bisa menjadi bangsa yang maju dan bangsa yang berani untuk keluar dari kandang kita sendiri dan menjadi jagoan di tempat orang lain. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much to Mr. Arif Hafaz Ugroseno, the Indonesian ambassador for Germany, who has shared an extraordinary keynote speech regarding the investment in Indonesia in the digital era, challenges and opportunity. Allow me to quote the generic yet on-point idea of the speech from Mr. Arif that drew an extremely dynamic and healthy possibilities of business investment in Indonesia, especially amid the imperative era of digital dexterity. I trust that the audience here can now see a much bigger picture of how this digital growth and investment interrelated as a promising ecosystem for our nation. Next, there's another keynote speech for today, but before that, I am also pleased to give a brief profile information about one of our guests of honor today, Mr. Bahlil Lahadalia, who was unable to attend today. But don't worry, because he is currently represented by one of his special staff, namely Mr. Heldi S. Putra, on this occasion. Mr. Heldi will deliver his keynote speech with the topic increasing investment to accelerate digital transformation in. Alright, Mr. Heldi, he has experience as senior advisor to the chairman on enhancement of investment competitiveness, Director of Infrastructure Planning, Director of Indonesia Investment Promotion Center, New York, USA. And then, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Mr. Heldi S. Putra.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Honorable Chairman of Indonesia Forum, Bapak Profesor Bambang Brojonegoro, CEO of Nostar Group, Bapak Patrick Waluyo, CEO of Telkom Indonesia, Bapak Riri Adriansah, all participants of Indonesia Digital Forum, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon. Before I give my presentation, I would like to thank Indonesia Forum for giving us opportunity to take part in this valuable event. In this opportunity, I would like to share with you about investment development in Indonesia in 2020 and 2021. I will also share about investment climate improvement through creation job law and about economic transformation by creating downstream industry and some potential investment in digital transformation. Year 2020 was a tough situation for Indonesia and also for global economy. Since the pandemic of COVID-19 hit the global economy and made global foreign direct investment decline around 35%. Foreign direct investment in Indonesia also fell 2.4%, but domestic direct investment increased 7%. In total, investment realization in 2020 was 826.3 trillion rupiah, 108% and 1.1% from investment target 817.2 trillion rupiah. Foreign direct investment reached 49.9% of total investment. Meanwhile, domestic direct investment reached 50.1%. Based on location, investment went more to outside of Java Island, 50.5%, and 49.5% to Java Island. Previously, investment went more to Java area, but nowadays the investment went more to outside Java, since infrastructure outside Java area have been developed massively by Jokowi administration. From January to September 2021, Indonesia investment realization reached 73.3% from 2021 target, which is equal to 650.4 trillion rupiah. Investment realization increased by 7.8% year-on-year. Foreign direct investment grew 10%. Domestic direct investment grew 5.7%. Foreign direct investment contributes 50.3% of total investment, while domestic direct investment contributes 49.7%. Investment went to outside Java Island was 51.7%, and investment to Java Island was 48.3%. In 2021, Indonesia investment target is 900 trillion rupiah, and for year 2022, investment target is 1,200 trillion rupiah. To accelerate investment realization, Ministry of Investment has been facilitating investor with end-to-end facilitation. The facilitation will be given from providing information of investment opportunity, licensing process until the production stages. The government is not only focused to bring the quantity of investment, but also quality of investment. There are 5 priority sectors that will be encouraged, such as pharmaceutical and medical devices industry, automotive industry, mining industry, infrastructure, and renewable energy. To attract more investment to Indonesia, the government also created a new concept of industrial estate development. The integrated industrial estate has strategic location, also competitive workers. The land and infrastructure will be provided by government with competitive price. Fiscal incentive is provided by government for investors. There are tax holiday and mini tax holiday, tax allowance, and import duty exemption. The government also give super deduction tax for labor-intensive industry, vocational training program, and research and development. Super deduction tax for labor-intensive industry will be given to investors who open a new business or expand their existing business in labor-intensive sectors. Super deduction tax in vocational training program will be given to investors who conduct internship and or educational activities to develop human resources based on certain competency. Super deduction tax in research and development are available for investors who conduct R&D in Indonesia. To boost the economy, Indonesian government has done a breakthrough by issuing a job creation law. The objective of job creation law is to create jobs by improving ease of doing business and investment climate in Indonesia. Job creation law is implemented through 48 government regulation and 5 presidential decrees. The business licensing upper uses process use a new approach that called risk-based approach and online single submission system that will give certainty, easing, and transparency in business licensing process. Indonesia government also has been transforming Indonesia economy by bringing more investment from primary sectors to value-added industries. Is needed for economic growth. For instance, nickel industry. Nickel is an important component of electric vehicle. We are working to optimize this commodity potential. 2 international companies have invested in integrated battery industries with investment value $9.8 billion and $5.2 billion. One automotive company has invested $1.55 billion to develop its first manufacture center in ASEAN, now in pilot production stage. There is a company working together with local private sector in coal 2 demethylator or DME mega project. The planned investment value is 15 billion US dollar. Another DME pioneer project, Bengalon project, will produce 1.8 million tons methanol per year. Tanjung Enim project will produce 1.4 million tons DME. For digital transformation investment potential, data center industry is the backbone of digital industry. Data center needs a large amount of electricity. Some areas in Indonesia have surplus production of electricity, which is suitable for data center investment. It is an opportunity of Indonesia to bring data center company to invest in Indonesia. One company from United Arab Emirates or UAE will collaborate with Indonesia Investment Authority to create a consortium with a total investment value 7.5 billion US dollar. The company will bring both best practice in operational optimization, service innovation, disruptive technology, and logistic handling by using digital technology. Also, another company from UAE has investment interest with total value about 8 billion US dollar. The company is a technology company in the field of artificial intelligence and health. We hope in the future, Ministry of Investment or BKPM could bring more investors to invest in digital sector and to value-added industry. Thank you for your attention. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you so much, Mr. Heldy, for your inspiring remarks. All right, ladies and gentlemen, after this, there will be a special session for the Indonesia Forum where I will have a casual Mr. Brian Zaharias. Mr. Brian Zaharias was born and raised in Jakarta on 23rd of April 1993. He obtained a Master of Arts in International Development Economics from Hochschule für Technik und Wirtschaft, Berlin, under the DAAD scholarship from the federal government of Germany. Currently, Mr. Brian serves as the project manager of Indonesia Forum and the chief of staff at the office of Mr. Bambang Brojonegoro, where he also acts as the executive assistant. The one that is always ready behind our virtual scenes. So let's warmly welcome Mr. Brian Zaharias. Hello, Mr. Brian.
Hello.
Can you hear me clearly, Mr. Brian?
Yes, I can hear you clearly. Can you hear me clearly as well?
Okay, I can hear you clearly as well. All right, Mr. Brian, how busy has it been lately?
It's been quite busy and very exciting as well to organize this event. I'm very honored actually to have this, to conduct this event.
All right, Mr. Brian, on this occasion, I and of course all of the audiences want to know more about what the Indonesia Forum in more detail, Mr. Brian. All right, therefore, Mr. Brian, I'm going to ask you a few questions to get into the information regarding this extraordinary foundation, if you don't mind, Mr. Brian.
Yes, sure.
All right, Mr. Brian, let's move to the first question. Can you please explain about Indonesia Forum, Mr. Brian?
Yes, thank you very much for your kind introduction. Good afternoon, everyone. Sahabat Indonesia Forum, wherever you are. Again, my name is Brian Zaharias. I'm the project manager of the Indonesia Forum. Allow me to explain a little bit about the Indonesia Forum based on my understanding, and then we are going to get to know a little bit about the Indonesia Forum itself. So, the Indonesia Forum is actually was established in 1991 under the ISE, the Ikatan Sarjana Ekonomi Indonesia, or known as the Indonesian Association of Economists. So back in the day, in 1991, ISE was strongly advocating one sort of institution that is working on how to give the policy recommendation to the relevant stakeholders. Therefore, Indonesia Forum basically aims to give a policy recommendation to the relevant stakeholders, which we also focus on several areas. And also, if I may to present something to the operator. Yeah. So just to give a little bit of background and the chairmanship of this foundation from time to time. If you go back to the next slide, please. Yeah. So this is what it's all about, as I already mentioned before. That we give sort of the policy recommendation. We sort of have the annual meeting. We sort of have the both of online and offline meeting. But in this case, since this is pandemic, we focuses more on the online meeting and webinars and so on. So next slide, please. Yeah, so this is basically the chairmanship of Indonesia Forum itself. The current president or the current chairman is Professor Bambang Brojonegoro. But then if you see on the slide, from time to time, there were more of the presidency or the chairmanship itself. The first one, as the founding fathers, was the Professor J.B. Sumarlin, one of the most prominent economists in Indonesia. And then he moved to Professor Sadli, and then to Professor Salahuddin, and until now, Pak Khairul Tanjung, and then Pak Sandiaga Uno, and also Pak Raden Pardede before Pak Bambang. So as you can see that we have sort of variety of people that lead this kind of forum. We have economy. We also have Pak Cete as from the private sector, Pak Sandiaga Uno, and also Pak Raden Pardede. So in this case, Indonesia Forum is trying to not only advocating issues, but also try to give the recommendation. Yeah, I think that's for the introduction.
All right, thank you for the answer, Mr. Brian. Now, you can see how this forum is genuinely established. Let's move to the second question, Mr. Brian. I want to ask you, what are the goals of Indonesia Forum?
Yes, so as I already mentioned earlier that we aim to give a policy recommendation in the output of report or maybe infographics or maybe outlook or forecasting and so on. We also focuses on three main areas. The first one is the SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals. The second one is entrepreneurship, and the third one is Industry 4.0. So the goal is not only that we give the policy recommendation, but also we try to advocate in issues within these three of main areas.
All right, I see. So policy recommendation is one of the major questions the forum is hoping to support to Indonesia. Well done now, Mr. Brian. Move to the third question. What are the main focus, Brian?
Okay, so as I already give the glance of explanation about our main focus, SDGs, entrepreneurship, and also Industry 4.0, I think since it is a very broad sort of thema that we have, it can be more specialized or more focused in several areas. For example, we have the webinar, I think 3 or 4 months ago about SDGs and the implementation of itself and how we can collaborate from each stakeholders to achieve the SDGs. And also maybe Industry 4.0 also relates with the digital banking itself or digital era or automatization and so on, and also investment also relates to the Industry 4.0. And then entrepreneurship, we're talking about SMEs, we're talking about digital e-commerce and so on. So I think based on these three topics or three terms, we also divide it into more areas or more specific issues, yeah, that also relates with Indonesia itself. So I think we also open with so many possibilities of issues that we can work on in the future, as long as it covers as long as it covers the SDGs, entrepreneurship, and also Industry 4.0.
Mr. Brian, it is clear to me and I trust to the audience too that in terms of the forum focus, sustainable development and creative, digital and independent business are all the forum seeks to elevate. All right. Mr. Brian, next, can you introduce to us more detail who is the current chairman and all of the members, Mr. Brian?
Yes, if I may to share the screen again to give sort of a clear explanation on the board members and also the previous or maybe the current membership. Next slide, please. Yeah, so this is the board members of Indonesia Forum for Pak Bambang chairmanship. We have Pak Bambang as the chairman, and then we also have Pak Ahmad Zaki as the first chairman, as well as Pak Elvin Masasya and also Pak Pungki as the second and the third chairman. And then we have Pak Danang as the Secretary General of Indonesia Forum. We have also Pak David Bangung as the Vice Secretary General. And then Treasurer, we have Bu Kiki, the one that moderated our discussion earlier. Also Pak Danang moderated our discussion yesterday. Also the Treasurer, and the Vice Treasurer is Pak Eko. And then we have both prominent communicators in our board of members, Pak Markus Prasetyo, or known as Pak Kepra, and also Pak Taufan. And both of these guys moderated our webinars 3 or 4 months ago. And then we have the board of supervisors. So basically we have both board of supervisors and also board of commissioners, which consists of previous chairmanship and also the founding fathers of the Indonesia Forum itself. The board of supervisors, we have Pak Peri Warjio, or also the governor of Bank of Indonesia. We also have Pak Khairul Tanjung as the board of supervisors, Pak Raden Pardede, Pak Sandiagono, and also Pak Pahala Mansuri, the vice ministers of BUMN, the SOEs. And also the board of commissioners, we have Pak Marzuki Usman, who also happened to be here yesterday in our session. He sends his regards to all of us, which is quite nice. And also Pak Abdul Ghani, Pak Salahuddin and Kawi, and also Pak Rusman and Pak Tepe Rahmat. So these are the boards that not only supervise our activities, but also send their supports to us to always carry on the activities of the Indonesia Forum itself. Wow. And then we move to the panel expert. Next slide, please. Yeah, as the Indonesia Forum embodies 3 main sectors or 3 main focus, SDGs, entrepreneurship, and also Industry 4.0, we also try to have an expert that kind of represent these kind of issues. Yeah, the first one we have in the we have names that are in their own companies, and also from the public sector we have also Pak Aslokani and also Pak Dwi Wahyu, Pak Ridwan Jamaluddin, and they are very prominent. We ask them kindly to give the recommendation or doing our project as well. And the academics as well, Prof. Arif Satria, Prof. Dwiya, the one that also came to our session, Prof. Kadarsa Suryadi, and so on. We have local government, Bu Irene, Pak Emil Dardak, who also came to our webinar 2 or 3 months ago, Pak Sutarniji, and also Pak Zulkifli Mansyah from the NTB. Corporate, we have Pak Khatib Basri, we have Pak Ririk as the CEO of Telkom, we have Pak Tigor as well, who also we invited him, but he cannot be here, with Pak Wari and also Pak Wisnu Tama. So these formidable names, these prominent names are our board of experts that we ask their advices on the issues that we are working on maybe the project that we are going to have.
All right, so great. I'm amazed by this caliber profile for the forum. Next question in line, Mr. Brian. What have Indonesia Forum done in the past?
Yes, so as I already mentioned briefly earlier, that we are working on the policy recommendation. That's why we have to have a meeting. We have to have audiences with so many relevant stakeholders. That's why we had a offline meeting at that time during before the pandemic. We gather with so many stakeholders. For example, association with academics as well, with private company and so on, with NGO maybe as well, right? Because we're trying to have these kind of ideas of the issues, and then we try to give the policy recommendation. And then we also have conducted several webinars this year, this 2021. We have conducted 3 webinars. As you can see, this is the beginning of everything, basically, right? Because we are trying to start from the small, I would say, like from the very simple one. We started from the webinar back in May, I guess, with Pack of Entrepreneurship, and then we move again with the SDGs, as you can see, with I think 2,000 people were attending and were also watching the videos. And the third one was about the collaboration, the topic that we're discussing. So from these webinars, we can see that we're trying to cover these 3 main areas, and then then we have this digital event, main event in November. So I think, but this is just the beginning of what we are working on. I hope that we can work on something more than just webinars in the future.
Wow, definitely some great and noble supports towards policy recommendation have been successfully done by the forum. Thanks again for the answer, Mr. Brian. And then are the current activities and program of Indonesia Forum, Mr. Brian?
Yes, so since we are now during the pandemic, and then we haven't had any idea when this is going to be over, so we are going to stick with some of online session or online forum. In this case, maybe like webinars and maybe another digital event. But we also open to have more on the small meetings, for example, not only with the private companies and so on, but also with the communities, because we are trying to focus also on the communities, not only those who are in the big names, so to say, like I mentioned earlier, but also in small communities. Yeah, for example, like maybe associasi or maybe a small sort of communities that really works in these 3 main issues. So I think from the current one, I would say that we are focusing more on an online event, online seminars, online meeting. But then maybe starting, I don't know, next year or maybe 3 or 4 months after this, we can probably work on fly meeting as well.
I see it much clearer now. And so, Mr. Brian, Indonesia Forum have conducted a good event so far. Kindly explain why you choose this digital banking as the main topic of this in 2021.
Yes, thank you. But before I answer the question, there is something that I also want to say, that our current activity also covers the open recruitment for volunteers and also for researchers. So if I may, to again share the screen to the operator. So a couple months ago, we opened the recruitment. So this is basically a voluntarily basis. So those who are very interested in researchers, in being researchers, and also maybe interested in, I don't know, doing several projects, can join us. So these are the programs that we also have, besides the webinars and so on. So we have the call for volunteers. This is basically targeted for students, probably like by minimum third year of student, so that they have the experience of organizing something. And then those who are willingness to learn under the guidance of our mentors, in this case maybe the board of panel and also maybe the board of members. And then as long as they have the interested in 3 main areas, SDGs, entrepreneurship, and also the Industry 4.0, they are very much welcome to our team. What do they actually do? Because we have not yet planned, but I think it depends on the volunteer itself. So what if they really interested in climate change, for example, or waste management, they can have sort of a project about that, make a proposal and so on, gather with the local community, and then maybe make some movement or campaign. It also depends on them. Maybe the language is not that we have not planned, we don't have planned, but also we really let the volunteers to create their own project, as long as it relevant with our 3 main focus areas. And then we have also the researchers project, which more targeted on those who have the master's degree and also PhD. This is more on how we produce a report, we produce a policy recommendation, and with the framework and the method that they already know, and with the issues as well. So yeah, this is more on targeted with those who have the master's and also the PhD. And this is more on the outcome will be more on the reports, outlooks, and also the various of surveys. Let's say we have several projects here and there discussing issues about SMEs, for example. Then they can come up with the issues, can come up with the research questions, and then maybe with the project itself. So we basically open to any opportunities from both the researchers and also the volunteers on the things that they want to do. But as long as it covers the three main areas, SDGs, entrepreneurship, and also the Industry 4.0, then we will be okay with that. So in answering your questions, I think digital banking is also very interesting, very important as well in our life. As Pak Bambang already mentioned yesterday in his keynote speech, I think now we basically rely much on the mobile banking, right? If you want to buy something, if you want to pay something, or if you want to simply just transfer to our friends, for example, like we maybe have a dinner with our friends and then we just want to pay, then we just have to transfer. So it's very relevant with our lives, and I think we, as the Indonesia Forum, we want to always keep updated with what happened in our situation, in our current conditions, and try to see what the issues behind that, and try to give the recommendation, try to bring the discussion to the people, actually to the participants. So that's why I think it is very important as well to raise the issues about the digital banking, because there are so many things that still unsolved, I would say, and also unclear in terms of the regulation. And then we had the session about the regulation itself, which is very nice from the OJK and also from the BI. So we have these two the biggest financial institution in Indonesia to speak. It is also an honor for us. And then we also try to bring this discussion. And then also investment is very important because it relates with the digital and financial technology that happen right now, because Indonesia needs also investment. And in order to have a good produce of industry, in order to have a good capital so that we can create innovation.
All right. I couldn't agree more, Mr. Brian, with the answer and the importance of these today's topics. So, Mr. Brian, what's next from Indonesia Forum?
Yeah, as I already mentioned earlier, that we might be focusing more on the local communities as well, since we had this webinar, a series of webinars trying to bring up this discussion first, and then this main digital event, that maybe we can collaborate with more local communities or local association and so on in every region in Indonesia, from Aceh to Papua. Maybe we open with that, and also maybe several webinars. For example, we have the upcoming 2022. What about the landscape of for example, the economy, maybe the digital. I don't know. We're going to stick with in online event as well. Yeah.
All right, Mr. Brian, very straightforward and clear answer. The last two questions, Mr. Brian, if you don't mind. Sorry if I'm too curious about Indonesia Forum. What do you think about Indonesia in the future, Mr. Brian, especially in 2045? Hello, Mr. Brian, can you hear me? All right. Mr. Brian, can you still with us?
I'm sorry. Yes.
All right.
I'm so sorry, it's connection. Yeah.
All right.
May you repeat again the question?
Okay, Mr. Brian, the last two questions. I want to ask you something about what do you think about Indonesia in the future, especially in 2045. Can you hear me clearly, Mr. Brian?
Okay. Can you hear my voice now?
All right, I can hear you.
Okay. So I think it is very interesting to discuss about Indonesia in the future. Yeah, I mean, it's 2045. It's 100 years after Indonesia declared its independence, after we free from the colonialization. And to get the idea how far we become at that year is very interesting for me, because there are several forecast report that were launched by many agencies. I would say not only the consultants but also maybe the government. And I think since we are going to be one of the top economies in the world, yeah, in terms of purchasing power, like maybe the bonus demographic as well speaks to the reality as well. So Indonesia will, yeah, according to several reports, Indonesia will be top 5, I would say, the biggest economies in the world, because our middle class will be in the most peak of their time, I would say. So they will have a very much higher purchasing power. I know this may be too technical and too economist, but I know this may be too boring, but yeah, to give you the idea that several reports have launched about that. So in conclusion, or to sum it up, I think Pak Bambang always said this to us in a meeting or in webinars as well, that Indonesia will be, predicted to be one of the biggest economies in the world. So we have to take the advantage of bonus demographic. We have to take the advantage of the policy making process. We have to take advantage of the technology as well. So I think it is very interesting to see Indonesia in the future with a lot of positivism, that we have in the future.
All right. From previously outstanding records of Indonesia Forum, I also trust that these are exactly what the forum will achieve. Finally, Mr. Brian, what should we do, or how can we join the Indonesia Forum?
So as I already said it earlier, that we open for volunteers and also researchers. So for those who may be interested in developing a project, or maybe interested in engage with the local community or the society, you may join our volunteer program, for example. Then we will develop so many things after that, and then again we let the volunteers choose their own project and do the project by themselves, and then as long as it covers 3 of the main areas, we are okay with that. And also maybe for those who are willing to do a policy recommendation, who are willing to do research and also do the data analysis and so on, you may join us as the researchers. So we need these two to actually running the activities of Indonesia Forum, and maybe we can do great things together. We can achieve great things as well together in the future, as long as we collaborate together with each other. So that's why I'm not forgetting about the volunteer and the local communities aspect as well, beside the researchers by itself. So I think you can also visit our website, the indonesiaforum.id, and also our Instagram, Indonesia Forum ID, and then to see our activities, to see our what have we done, and also what are we going to do. So the social media is very much active, and then all the informations are here basically.
Thank you so much, Mr. Brian, for your detailed answer. All right, sahabat Indonesia Forum, it was the brief Q&A about the Indonesia Forum, which was a very detailed answer from Mr. Brian, explained directly by Mr. Brian, the project manager of Indonesia Forum. Thank you again, Mr. Brian. Best of luck, and of course,
thank you very much.
Please continue to inspire your extraordinary works, Mr. Brian.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
All right. Well then, we have already listening about Indonesia Forum, hands-on from the project manager of Indonesia Forum, Mr. Brian. And ladies and gentlemen, sahabat Indonesia Forum, now it's time to ice breaking because we have prepared a special agenda for all of you at this time. You can get a chance to collect a special prize from our little fun Kahoot games. Yeah, the instruction of the games is very easy, and I believe every audience here already knew about Kahoot, right? All right, Mr. Brian, please don't go anywhere. After this, there will be a special games for the audience. Yeah, sahabat Indonesia Forum. Mr. Brian, will you accompany me to get the game on this occasion, please, if you don't mind?
Yes, I will.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Brian. So, sahabat Indonesia Forum, please access kahoot.it, yeah, by your phone or gadget or laptop, and then don't forget to enter the code number list on your respective screen. Can you see on your screen? All right, the PIN number is 39087, and fill in your display name using your respective Zoom username. Yeah, make sure your display name using your respective Zoom username. All right, and meanwhile we'll wait approximately 150 until 200 participants to join before the games start. Okay, Mr. Brian, we still waiting for the participants. So, sahabat Indonesia Forum, let's join soon and don't miss the chance to get a special prize that awaits you. Okay, Mr. Brian, so we can find out more about how many sahabat Indonesia Forum who understand with our discussion these 2 days, Mr. Brian. All right, there's 11 participants. We are still waiting for all of you to join this kahoot.it. You can access kahoot.it then, and don't forget to enter the PIN number. You can see respective on your screen, sahabat Indonesia Forum. All right, we are still waiting. There's 3 prizes for 3 winners, so don't lose your chance to get the special winners, a special gift from Indonesia Forum. All right, we are still waiting for the participant, and there's so many participants here. Only 18, yeah. There's 18 participants. We are still wait until 150 or 200 participants before we start our Kahoot fun games. All right, let's join to our fun games. Sahabat Indonesia Forum, we are still waiting. Okay, there's Andika, and then Niki, Ibu Niki, join our games, and then, all right, Mr. Joshua, and another participant is Su PhD, all right, JJ, hi JJ. Let's play the game. Nathan, all right, Nathan. Okay, Chloe is joined now. Mr. Yasir, thank you for joining with us. Mrs. Siti, thank you for joining with us, and I hope you gonna be a winner for today special fun games for all of you. Mr. Budi, thank you so much for joining with us. Okay, we are still waiting for all of sahabat Indonesia Forum to joining kahoot.it. Don't forget to enter PIN number 395087, yeah, to join our Kahoot Fun Games. Don't forget to fill in your display name using your respective Zoom username. All right. Okay. And then Mr. Alex joining Mr. Fajri. Thank you. Mr. Every. Yeah, Mr. Every join with us. Mr. Dito. Okay. There's 23 participants. Mr. Bayu Prakoso. Okay, Mr. Bayu Prakoso, welcome. Next, we're gonna want to join with us. There's Mr. Gatot, Mrs. Na. Thank you, Mrs. Na. Mr. Iqbal. We are still waiting for another participant for today. Okay. Don't forget, there are 3 prizes await all of you. Who is the winner for today's occasion in Kahoot Fun Games? Let's see together. Mr. Enggar has already joined. Mr. or Mrs. Altea Salbila. Okay. Mr. Kwan. Okay. We are still waiting for all of you to join with us. Okay. Okay. Mr. Barry, you are still waiting with us? Okay, Mr. Barry, while we waiting for all of the participants join, can you give some maybe some closing statement for us before we end the agenda of today, Mr. Brian?
Closing statement. Okay. So I think I just want to say thank you very much for participating in our events for these 2 days. Maybe those who join from day 1 until now, we apologize if there was or were mistakes or maybe some sort of unclear situation during these events. We take that as our notes and as our lesson. We hope that we can make a better or even greater program in the future. And also special thanks to the committee as well for organizing this event. I know it has been very difficult times for all of us to juggle with our own activities. I appreciate with all of the things that you have done to make this event happen, and also to our board of members of Indonesia Forum for the supports and also for the direction of the event itself, and also not to forget the sponsor, which has been very nice to us to support our event. And also to the speakers, to the moderators, and related speakers, and also everyone. So thank you again. And I hope this will be benefit to the participants and also to those who watch this event.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Brian.
How many for the participants in Kahoot?
40 participants. We are still waiting until 150. Oh, 50 participants. All right. There 10 left. You can join right now. We are still waiting until 50 participants to join Kahoot Fun Games for today. Okay. We can wait to get a special prize from this occasion. Okay, there's 45 participants. 5 participants left. All right. 50 seconds or 50? They're already. Mrs. Tia, thank you for joining. Mrs. Ellen, alright. Mr. Johannes, alright. Mr. Agus Wibowo, there's, and now is 42 or 43? 42. Okay. We are still waiting. 8 participants more to start our games today. Yes, let's join with us. Miss Riri is joined now. So there's 43, yeah? 43 participation. We are still wait until 50 or we're gonna start our games. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, sahabat Indonesia Forum, let's the games begin. Okay, please answer the question about IDIF. True or false? Please answer true or false. And the answer is okay. 6 seconds left. 3, 2, 1, and the true answer is false. Alright. And we're gonna see the result for the correct answer. How many? There's 20 participants. Okay. I can see clearly the question. I'm sorry. Alright. Congratulations, Mrs. Agil, for lead our battle for today. Let's go to the next question. True or false? Alright, let's answer the question. Okay, 10, 9, 8, 7, 5 seconds left. And the correct answer is true. Alright, Mr. Brian, for the next question, can you read the question for us? Because I can see the question clearly from here. If you don't mind.
Yes, I will.
Alright.
So next question.
For 3 questions, true or
True or
false?
false? The previous chairman of Indonesia Forum was Khairul Tanjung. The previous one, yeah.
Okay, the previous chairman of Indonesia Forum was Mr. Khairul. Okay, true or false? Please answer the right question is false. Alright. The answer question is
Raden Pardede.
what is the right question? The right answer, Mr. Brian?
Yes, it was Pak Raden Pardede.
Right. Okay.
Before Prof. Bambang.
Now we know the correct answer. That is from Mr. Brian.
Currently,
Okay. We are going to the next question. Please read the question.
current Secretary General of Indonesia Forum is Ahmad Zaki. True or false? Current Secretary General, ya.
The current Secretary General of Indonesia Forum. Okay. True or false?
True or false?
3, 2, 1, and the answer is false. The correct answer is
Pak Danang, who is also our moderator for this day.
alright. So there's
Then,
Mr. Sunu PhD. Wow, congratulations, you lead this battle. Let's move to the next question. Prof. Bambang Brojonegoro is the current chairman of Indonesia Forum. True or false? Let's see. answer correctly in this question? True. Oh, there's 37 correct. All right. This is the correct answer, yeah, Mr. Brian.
Yeah.
All right. Congratulations once again to Mr. Sunu. Okay. Let's move to the next question.
These are the main focus of Indonesia Forum: SDGs, entrepreneurship, and Industry 4.0.
Okay, let's answer the question. There are the main focus of Indonesia Forum SDGs, entrepreneurship, Industry 4.0. True or false? And the answer is true. All right.
True.
How many participants answer correctly?
Yep.
Mr. Sunu?
9 players just hit answer 3. Wow. 3 questions correct, yeah?
Yes, 3 questions right, correct. Let's
next
to the next question.
There is no board of supervisor in Indonesia Forum. No, yeah, no board of supervisor.
No board of supervisor in Indonesia Forum. True or false? Let's answer. 6 seconds left to answer the question, and the answer is false.
Oh, there is a board of supervisor.
Wow, there is board of supervisor, yeah. Okay, who's gonna lead? Still, Mr. Sunu?
Oh.
Mr. Sunu, congratulations.
We should recruit you then.
Okay, let's move to the next question. Question number 8.
Yes, in board of experts, local government is not involved. Is not involved.
Okay. Is not involved in Indonesia Forum. True or false? Yeah. In board of experts, local government is not involved in Indonesia Forum. And the answer is false. There's a lot of experts, yeah, Mr. Brian, from local government in Indonesia Forum. Alright, let's see. So Mr. Sunu or another person?
SA.
SA. Who is SA? Oh, mysterious.
So unfortunate. Maybe Pak Sunu get it wrong.
Alright, let's move to the 9th question. True or false?
This year, Indonesia Forum has conducted 3 mini webinars.
Okay, this year Indonesia Forum have conducted 3 mini webinars. Let's answer the question. 7 seconds left. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and the answer
banking integrating financial pentahelix model: stakeholders, government, community, environment, and customers employed. This is from the yesterday session,
Yes.
I think.
All right.
So those who were attending the session and take a good attention should know this.
Of course. Let's see.
So it will be very interesting to see the leaders.
Wow.
That is correct.
So
Yes.
many false. False. The correct answer is false, ya, Mr. Brian, ya.
Yeah.
Okay. So
The got it wrong.
Mr. SA is answered correctly. Wow. Thank you, Mr. SA. So we are going to the next question.
Next question.
Question number 12, please, Mr.
The
Brian.
value of digital banking. The value of digital banking transaction is expected to reach more than 20% in 2021 compared to last year. True or false?
True or false? Okay. Let's see. Who's gonna answer correctly for this question? 2, 1. Time's up, and the answer is false. So only
It's false.
7. 6 only 6.
Only 7%.
Answer correctly, Mr. Brian.
6.
So
6.
let's see who's gonna lead.
Yeah, we wanted to make it more interesting.
Yeah.
So we try to combine the questions.
All right, Mr. SA.
Oh, up to 8. This is Susanna is the highest climber. Wow, congrats, Susanna.
Wow. Okay, congratulations for third top. Yes, correctly answered. Let's move to the next question.
SI miss. Okay.
Question number 3, Mr.
Indonesia is the fastest country adopting the digital transformation, faster than Brazil and China.
True or false? Okay. 9 seconds left. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Time's up. True. The answer is true, and there's 18 participants who answered.
Still holds the first position, and then NA also got back to the top 3.
Alright,
It's going to it.
let's go to the next question. Please, Mr. Brian.
The OJK noted that there are 10 banks that are preparing to become digital banks. 10 banks. Maybe you take some notes, maybe can read it again, or just guess whether it's true or false.
Okay, the answer is false.
The answer is false. There are only 7 banks that are preparing to become digital. 14 that is false. You have Tia there. Rise up to the top 5. Indonesia is the largest and fastest growing economy in the region at 40 billion US and 49 AUR. The fastest growing economy in the region.
6 seconds left. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Time's up. True. Okay,
It's true.
it's true. Let's see. Mr. SA? Mr.
SA got
back
it.
to the board.
Correct. Well, Carlina climb on board. Yasir also climb on board. But SA still, yeah.
SA
I think
still.
she or he take full note on this 2 events. So congratulations.
All right. Okay, let's see next question. Question number 16. About
digital banking equal to online banking. This is very interesting.
Okay, let's answer the question, true or false. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Time's up. False.
It's false.
Okay. 27
And 27 variant. Alright.
27.
Oh.
Sorry. Mrs. Carolina.
SA still.
SA still. Who is SA?
Who is
I
SA?
wonder who is SA?
Yeah. She get all the majority correct.
Alright. Let's go to the next question. Question number 17.
According to Pak Adrian, there are 3 indicators for digital banking to succeed. People, ecosystem, funding. This is also very interesting. This is from the previous session, the previous day.
Answer true or false. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Time's up. Okay, the answer
It's
is
false.
false.
It's technology. People, ecosystem, and technology, not funding.
There's only 7 participants who answered
Oh.
correctly. SA still.
SA still, Aglis, and also Yasir ya, Mas Yasir. Climb on board to the top
Mr. Yasir top 3 ya, Mr. Yasir. Alright.
Mr. Yasir, climb on board top 3 ya. Okay,
Let's
next
go
question.
to the next question. Alright, question number 18.
According to Pak Hanung from OJK, bank transformation has been going from bank 1.0 to 5.0 and currently bank 4.0.
True or false? Okay.
True or false?
8 seconds left. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Time's up. True.
It's
The
true.
answer is true. Alright, let's see.
It's got it correct.
SA still.
Still ya. SA is still untouchable from Aglis and Yasir. But it's quite narrow, yeah, only 100 points. But let's see.
Alright.
These 2 final questions.
Okay, let's go to the 2 last question. Question number 19.
Aruna is a startup that focuses on agriculture. True or false?
True or false?
The one that we had the session yesterday.
Okay, true or false? Let's see. The answer is false. Okay.
False. It's fishery.
Alright.
Fishery startup.
Mr. SA still lead the
Okay.
And Mr. Yasir ya.
So the final question.
Okay.
Yes.
Let's go to the final question.
Final question.
True or false? Please, Mr.
According
Brian.
to Rahmat Kaimuddin, more than 5% of total retail transaction happen in e-commerce before COVID.
True or false? Okay. Please answer the question. True or false? 5 seconds left. 4, 3, 2, 1. Time's up. And the correct answer is false. Alright. Let's see. And the winner is truth.
Yay! Asik.
In the break.
3 SAO and the number 1.
And number 1 is the first winner is
I got it wrong question from the 2-1 to Congratulations!
SA and Yasir. Alright. All of the winner will get a special prize from Indonesia Forum, of course. And our team will contact directly you through direct message Instagram. All right.
Yeah.
Okay. Once again, thank you so much, Mr. Brian.
Thank
Have
you.
a great day. See you in the
See
next
you.
occasion.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye, Mr. Brian. All right. Sahabat Indonesia Forum, once again, congratulations for all of the winners, yeah, in our fun Kahoot games. Let's move to the next agenda. Now we are going to listen the success stories behind the two big brands, yeah, Tani Hawk and Tokopedia. But before we get into this inspirational talk session, let me introduce the moderator who will lead this occasion, Mr. Cahyadi Joko Sukmono, yeah, and he is from Epic Society, Smart Village or Framing. Okay, but before that, we gonna take a break for a while. So, ladies and gentlemen, sahabat Indonesia Forum, don't go anywhere. We'll be right back, yeah, and we'll be right back in 4:30. Okay, 3:30 p.m. Okay, don't go anywhere, and we'll be right back. Alright, welcome back sahabat Indonesia Forum. Now we are going to listen the success stories behind the two big brands, ya, Tani Hub and Tokopedia. But before that, let me introduce the moderator who will lead this occasion, Mr. Cahyadi Joko Sukmono. He is from Epic Society, Smart Village or Framing. Then he was chairman DPN Asosiasi BDS Indonesia, Senior Business Consultant PT Forbis ID, Social Business Specialist IBCF, Direktur Utama PT Narasi Desa Nusantara, Founder Sekolah Ekonomi Desa, Founder UMKM Nusantara. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome on our virtual stage Mr. Cahyadi. Alright, good evening, Mr. Cahyadi. Can you hear my voice clearly, Mr. Cahyadi?
Yes, I can hear your voice.
Alright, Mr. Cahyadi, the time is yours.
Okay, thank you for the time. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, Alhamdulillah, salam kebajikan, namo buddhaya, Om Swastiastu. Ladies and gentlemen, in this afternoon, we have approximately 1 hour discussion. Yeah, I think this is the last session of the Indonesia Digital Banking and Investment Forum that initiated by Indonesia Forum. I think this is the great event. Yeah, this is the great event for us. I'm sure that we all have numerous insights, knowledge, and also information. In this afternoon, Let me introduce. My name is Cahyadi from APIC Smart Farming and Smart Village, and I will moderating our discussion this afternoon about how the business or the investment challenge in this situation. First of all, I will introduce our speakers in our discussion. I think the discussion will cover the theme of how to accelerate digital transformation through investment. As we know, we are currently in a digital disruption about digitalization, about the millennial, and also the pandemic. These disruptions force us to change. This disruption force us to adapt the new way of life and the new way of being socialization. So, ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce our speakers. First, please welcome the CEO of TaniHub Group, Pak Pamitra Vineka.
Hello.
Good afternoon, Pak.
Good afternoon to Pak Cahyadi.
How are you doing, Pak?
I'm doing well. Yeah.
Yeah. How's the
Thank you
business
for asking.
in this situation about TaniHub? Is it getting better or getting worse, maybe, or it's still good?
Yeah, business is getting better, but my work-life balance is getting worse. So yeah.
Okay, baik. Ladies and gentlemen, introduce the second speaker. We have Pak Leontinus Alpha Edison. Please welcome, Pak Leo.
Yes, hello, Pak Cahyadi. Nice to meet you.
Okay, you, Pak Leo.
Yeah, hello.
Yes. Also, this is the getting better of the business of Tokopedia, or what, Pak Leo?
Full of challenges, but very exciting.
Okay. Okay. Bapak dan Ibu, ladies and gentlemen, as I said earlier, as we know that we have such a difficult situation, it is we call triple disruption. We call this triple disruption that forces us to change, that forces us to adapt of a new way of business and new way of life. Everybody change. I think this is also will force us to look for the new way of business or to doing business. So, in the discussion, I will lead this discussion first for Pak Pamitra, Pak Ika, in this discussion. Maybe you can explain, or you can explain to us how was the journey of TaniHub. I think this is the great model business. How's the journey of TaniHub from the beginning, the ideas, and then in your leadership, and especially when we have to face the pandemic. Pak Eka, can you tell us about the journey of TaniHub?
Okay, Pak Cahyadi, sorry if I didn't get your question clear, but you were asking how was the journey of building TaniHub? How has it been leading TaniHub through the pandemic? Was that your question?
Yes.
Okay.
I think.
Right.
Yeah.
So yes, hi everyone. I'm Eka. I'm the CEO and also the co-founder of TaniHub. So we started this company. Actually, we just had our 5th anniversary. We call it Tanniversary. So we started 5 years ago. Actually, we started the company as a social project instead of actually a startup. So we started it as a social project to help some farmers that I met when I was still working at a NGO before. So at that time, I wanted to help some farmers that had difficulty accessing loans to the bank because the banks said that they are risky clients. And when I talked with the farmers, they actually said that their biggest problem why they are categorized as risky borrowers is because they don't have access to market, and because if they have a better access to market, they will be able to cash in their harvest and then repay their loans. So after figuring out actually the farmers, if we help them get a more transparent and a better absorption on the market side, we can actually help them indirectly improve their access to finance too. So that has been the initial start of why we wanted to do Tani Hub. And from this social project, from just making one website and a few WhatsApp and BlackBerry messaging groups, we ended up making a platform to aggregate many farmers and aggregate many buyers too, and match them together. Because the agriculture sector is a little bit different than other sectors. We have to, because their products are fresh produced, so we must match the quantity, quality, timing, price, and also all 4 of these at the same time. And then on top of that, we have to have a great supply chain from the farm to the customer in order to really help and build the impact for these farmers. Because if you have a good product and the pricing and the timing is right, but when the farmer transports the products not fast enough, or not properly, it can leave the farm as grade A, but then the customer receives it as grade B, or there might be some bruises and then it becomes waste. So this is why for the agriculture sector it's actually very tough. You have to match not just those 4, but also build the 5th thing, which is the supply chain. So that's exactly what in Tani Hub we're doing. So we actually build an end-to-end process where we actually work very closely with the smallholder farmers. We work with the communities of the farmers through koperasi, co-ops, or through the group of farmers, and from there they usually send their produce regularly on a daily basis to our warehouse, where our warehouse dispatches it to a mini warehouse, and then from there it gets dispatched again to the end customer. So we do B2B as well as B2C from there. So during the pandemic, actually it's been both ways, good and bad. So good as in a way that our B2C segment has been increasing quite significantly. So on a monthly basis, it's been increasing almost doubling all the time. So more and more people actually trust purchasing fresh produce online. And this has been good, because previously we did not tap into the B2C market because a lot of people find it very strange to purchase. They want to see and touch the fruit, vegetables themselves, but right now they already tried Tani Hub and then they're happy with it, so they can purchase online. but during the PPKM, it's been challenging for the B2B business because a lot of restaurants, hotels were closed. So we saw like there was it's a lot of challenges on the B2B side. However, right now everything's recovering, the economy is recovering. We see like the state in the APBN, they put a lot of emphasis in the agriculture side too. So like in total 79 trillion rupiah for the budget for agriculture, including 29 trillion for core subsidy and 25 trillion for the inputs, fertilizers as well as inputs. So we see like there's a large support from the government, and we see like actually there's a lot of potential in the agriculture sector itself. So we're very optimistic on it.
Okay, I hope the situation is getting better, right? Okay, I'm still curious, Pak Eka. I'm sure that you have a special moment or maybe the special insight that it become the ideas and generating to develop Tanihub. Do you have any story behind maybe met farmers itself, or maybe you have some experience, special experience, Pak Eka, behind the story of Tanihub?
Oh yes. So like when the story behind why I wanted to help the farmers is because at that time I was doing a research on access to finance, and basically the farmers. Long story short, the farmers and fishermen are the ones that have the most difficulty in accessing capital. And but when I interviewed them deeper, I found out that actually they can be good customers, but they just have to have a good access to market, because most of these farmers and fishermen, they always rely on middlemen, and the middlemen usually pay a very low price. And this is also because the middleman does not have access to market too. So that's why the middlemen, they take the risk of buying it early, but at a low price, and then they also go and look for a market off-taker. So in order to make the process simple, it's better to have like a digital transformation is actually very impactful for the agriculture sector, especially on opening the market.
Okay, that's the story, Pak Eka. Thank you. I will ask you later about how get the investor, right? But I will ask Pak Leontinus. Good afternoon, Pak Leontinus.
Yes, Pak.
Yeah. Okay, Pak. Can you tell us about the Tokopedia journey? First, I think this is the moment of the situation that a lot of marketplace and what the vision of Tokopedia, and how's your journey since the funding of Tokopedia, facing the pandemic also, and what do you think about the situation and about the Tokopedia and the story of Tokopedia, Pak Leo?
Okay, thank you, Pak Zahedi. Wow, I try to make it short, yeah. So actually, we built Tokopedia. It's been our 12 years this year, but I think our journey started around 2007. So at the time, I think I already know William since 2003. We worked together in software companies. Again, of course, because we are also friends, not only co-workers, but we're also friends. We discuss a lot of things outside of work. One of the topic is that we were amazed by what happened in big cities, especially in Jakarta, because we stay in Jakarta. You can, with any kind of skills, you can have a good living. Of course, we need to mix it with hard works and everything, but you can pretty much have a very good living from anything, right? If you are good at music, you're good at singing. If you like arts, if you know, it doesn't have to be only business, right? A lot of things that you can make a good living out of if you are living in a big cities, especially in Jakarta. So if we compare with what happened in our hometown, by the way, I came from Pontianak and William came from Pematang Siantar, right? So the situation is very different in small cities, right? So I think the common topic is that in small city there are a lot of the huge gap of opportunities. So as entrepreneurs, if we look at our parents' generations, not all of us in small city will have equal opportunities. Only small group of people that has better resources than the rest of us. They can travel to big cities. They can meet with nationwide distributors, or they can meet with multinational companies, principals, and everything. Then they can become a provincial distributors in our hometown. But that's only a small part of our people. The rest of us usually we are SMEs, right? We are selling things like opening warung, or in Bahasa Indonesia we call it warung or toko kelontong, right? It's an SME, right? Basically, so that's why if we look at our parents' generation, they will do their best to send their kids outside of our hometown. They want to send their kids to big cities so that they can have a better opportunity. And we are the examples, but we are also part of the problems because we will make big cities crowded, and then there are a lot of research saying that Jakarta is sinking a couple of centimeters every year, and then we will running out of clean water by 15-20 years from now. So I think that's also part of the problems. And another problem is that as a consumer, again, the common topic is gap of opportunity. We don't have the luxury to enjoy high quality or the same quality of product and services, and also the same prices if you stay in small cities at that time, right? So that's two problems that we see. And then because we are technology persons, we work in the software companies. We were exposed to technology since a long time ago. So we came up with an idea like, how can we, using technology, how can we create a platform where anyone can start and discover anything? Start means start a business. Discover means as a consumer, I can discover anything, right? So that's become our visions actually. So that's become Tokopedia vision. We want to build a platform before. Now we changed the vision a little bit. We want to build a support ecosystem where anyone can start a business, and discover as a consumer, I can discover anything. And our mission is to democratize commerce through technology. So both of these vision and mission are our personal experience. Why we want to democratize commerce? Because we want to give equal opportunity to everyone. As easy as you are playing social media, if you can play social media, then you can easily start a business, and then you can easily discover anything, right? So that's how Tokopedia started. I think that's our journey started, and of course, early days is a little bit different. So we were struggling in hiring a team members, forming early team members. We were struggling on that because nobody believed in technology company in Indonesia. The technology industry or landscape are very, very different back then. We also having problems finding an investors because we are not from a rich family, right? We don't have networks. Our salary also not that big. We cannot using our own salary to fund our project, right? So finding an investor also hard things to do. Many rejections. Some of them don't believe in us. Some of them say that you were young, so Mark Zuckerberg or Larry Page are one of its kind, so don't dream too big. This kind of rejection we got it so much at the time, yeah. But again, we keep working. We keep holding to our dreams, and then I think fast forward, I think we are in the 12 years now. Okay, talking about pandemic, yeah. So I think early days of the pandemic, which is early 2020 last year. So our spirit is how can we safeguarding the Indonesian economy. So that's our spirit. So how can we safeguarding it? So we helping merchants by giving them free commissions for a couple of months. I remember like maybe 2 quarters. That's how I remember. We give them free, but we also need to adapt, right? So we adapt by we see an amazing adaptations by a lot of Indonesian business owners. Some of them never touched digital before, but because of the pandemic, they really doing digital adoption very fast. They adapt. We also need to adapt, right? We and our partners, we adapt. For example, contactless delivery. We need to adapt on that, right? But also innovations, right? We need to innovate. So when we safeguarding Indonesian economy, what can we do? And then we are thinking of something. For example, okay, we have a lot of high quality merchants, so we need to push and help them, right? We need to push and help them. So we think of a lot of innovation, like for example, Waktu Indonesia Belanja, WIB, right? We put a good TV show so that we can help them. We can help the Indonesian economy, right? Also, we it's also because of the mobility limitations, local become very important. So we came out, we accelerate our hyperlocal initiatives. That's also one of the innovations. And last, I think collaboration is also very important. So we collaborate with a lot, especially with governments. I think our governments do an amazing job when they have to take hard decisions, how to limit the mobility while still balance, so that business activities and everything are still not impacted, but not too much. So the right balance is there. So I think adaptations, innovation, and collaborations are really the key for us to facing and then go through the pandemic. And then now, after we safeguarding Indonesian economy, of course, now is the time for us to accelerate the growth of Indonesian economy. So that's what we are doing right now during pandemic.
Okay, Pak Leo. Okay, good. Pak Leo, Pak Ika, and the audience, ladies and gentlemen, I think this is a great story, the journey from the two speakers, yeah, that deal with the most majority in our country, farmers and also SMEs. And next to the special question for Pak Eka, pardon me, can you tell us about how the Tani Hub get the investor? How the story, or maybe the Tani Hub when get investor, that to convincing the investor, it is not just a business, but it is also the business that will empowering the farmers, and also Pak Leo with Tokopedia empowering the SME. I think this is the interesting question that we get to know how Tani Hub, how Tokopedia get the investor and to convince them about the core business. Please, Pak Leo.
All right. Yeah. Okay. So I think for getting investors in general, I think that there are many workshops and webinars on like sharing of like founders that you can find everywhere on like how to get investors, make a pitch deck, make a solid business model, as well as there are many investors like early stage that are out there also actively looking for portfolios or companies. So it's not all the time like Leontinus, his time. His time was tough because there are not many investors at that time. So I have a huge respect for all the startup founders during that era. But right now, I think everyone has a much easier time because there are so many talents, so much money out there too. so many investors, so many accelerator program, so many boot camps. Basically, you just need to focus on your great idea. The economy is going towards the digital, and everyone understands that the digital economy has a huge prospect. So I think in general, you just have to just focus on your idea, have a solid traction. You don't need to have a big business, but at least your business idea is proven, has a traction. Traction is any business transactions, any revenue, and then that'll be easy. I'm pretty sure so many investors are out there. And for TaniHub, we actually approached several, and we had difficulty explaining about like the potential of the agriculture sector, because maybe Pak Leontinus was explaining about the internet itself was difficult to a lot of Indonesian investors. For us, Indonesian investors understand agriculture. They understand it so well because, as you know, Indonesian, when we go to school, Indonesia itu negara apa? Indonesia is actually, we're always brainwashed that Indonesia is an agriculture and archipelago country. So, but the problem is Indonesians know so well that agriculture equals farmer equals poor. So they're always assuming that, this sector has no prospect at all. It's very difficult to manage farmers, and they will never get the internet. They'll never understand the internet. So that was probably the tough part. But we had a lot of confidence that, this sector is, all the farmers, all the producers are so fragmented. And the only way to accelerate the movement of fresh produce and also giving back the income, because all these farmers are earning so little, giving back more of the benefit to the farmers is only through digital democratization. So this is why, we believe that we pushed harder. We try to convince. We are actually the first mover in like this. I would say after TaniHub successfully went through a lot of battles and a lot of educating the market on fresh. Now there's a lot of other players entering because it's already a proven space that is actually quite successful. So, and regarding like not just profitability, but also social impact. So actually TaniHub's investors, there are several that are impact focused and ESG investors. So, we also pay attention on not just, improving the lives of the farmers, not just helping F&B businesses to get cheaper and better quality produce direct from farmers, but also we aim to change the nation's the nation's consumption of fresh produce. Like probably right now that a lot of Indonesians, their diet is actually just nasi ayam geprek or nasi goreng or something very simple. I think doesn't have enough nutrition, and actually Indonesia's consumption on fruit and vegetables is very low. I think like the recommendation from the WHO World Health Organization is 150 kilograms per year. Indonesia only consumes 50 something per capita. So this is actually very, very low, and this is actually one of the lowest. Meanwhile, like we are one of the largest producer in agriculture. So there's some problem here, and if we see the price of fruit and vegetables in Indonesia compared to the fruit and vegetables in Japan, for example, or in China, comparing to their per capita income, it's actually very high. It's expensive, and this is because the supply chain is broken in Indonesia. And this, if it's not fixed soon, it will be a problem for the Indonesia's future. You know, we have a lot of problem with like stunting or people having bad health, and this is exactly why we should pay why we should pay attention to it, and why the government should have a very focus on this sector. You know, instead of, for example, instead of subsidizing oil or something else, like I'm just randomly subsidizing something, or fertilizers, why not like subsidize vegetables, subsidize fruits? You know, if this will have a great health impact to the nation, and healthy people are more productive, and their brain is also healthier. So this would be very beneficial for Indonesia in the future. There's actually a research on that.
Paika, I think this is the business model of the Tani Hub. I think it is a treatment to several people. Maybe we call maybe in the connector hub, or maybe we call Tangkula, Toke, etc. Did Tani Hub also facing this kind of Toke, Tangkula? How Tani Hub facing them?
Yeah, so for the tengkulak or middlemen, we actually we see there are two different types of tengkulak or middlemen. One is actually the pure just trader, just someone who's taking the opportunity of buying very low, and they have the market, and then they sell high. This is the one that does not have much benefit except for access to market to the farmer. But there's also a second type of tengkulak, which is actually just an aggregator. So these are usually farmers that are more sophisticated. They're better. They have more knowledge, and they actually have a lot of they produce really good fresh produce basically, and this is why they can supply good quality produce to, for example, Tani Hub, and because we partner with them, they actually start approaching other farmers to work together in their group. So because they work together in the group, and the more sophisticated farmer here is the one that aggregates from other farmers too, and also does the QC. Also does the distribution of the seeds and fertilizers, because different seeds have different quality of the output. And this guy becomes the coordinator, but also, quote unquote, tengkulak, because he plants, but also aggregates from others to fulfill the demand from our side. And this is the one that we support, because we cannot hire. We're not like Tokopedia that can hire 10,000, 20,000 people and send them, to teach every farmer. But, we have to, we're a smaller scaler, a much smaller scale startup that, we have to rely on local partners there to help educate the other farmers on the specifications of what the produce should be, how to do the proper cultivation. Because we are ESG, we're trying to do comply to ESG. So we have to encourage the farmers and convince them not to use poisonous chemicals.
Okay.
Yeah, and all that. So we need these partners to do it.
Okay. It means there's a positive tengkulak and negative tengkulak. Okay, Pak Leo. And then what about the Tokopedia? How Tokopedia get the investor? And it is related about the challenge that Tokopedia is not just a business also, but have to empowering the SMEs, right? On the story about the Tokopedia when to convincing convincing the investor that Tokopedia will do business, also will do empowering the SME. Please, Pak Leo.
Yeah, I think Eka already explained a lot, so probably add on a little bit. Yeah, so for us, I think building a business is not to find an investor. See, so I think that's. No, I just want to make sure this is well accepted, because building a business means we are solving a problem, right? So I think we really need to look at what are the problems that we are solving, right? So we need to really focus, know a lot about the problems, know a lot about, usually there are big problems, and then we can break down into a lot of sections. So the deeper you know about the problems, you can also think of very deep and then cool solutions. Right? So I think that's the right focus to do. See, rather than I'm building a business only to fund investors. I don't think that's the right mindset. Yeah, because I think funding is only one way of financing. We have a lot of way to do financing, right? So but especially these days, I think there are a lot of investors, there are a lot of VCs. They're also aggressively looking for investee companies, but also it's also okay if I start my company bootstrapping, right, using our own fund. It's also not wrong. And also, I think there are a lot of fintech company. What I know is that, for example, like with Tani has Tani Fund, right? So I think the one that in agricultures, they can leverage Tani Fund. So a lot of fintechs that the target is also helping SMEs or early startup company lah. So doesn't necessarily a technology startup, but the one that just started the companies. There are a couple of high quality and then good reputation fintech that helping this kind of companies. Right? So I think financing is we have a lot of options for financing, but what people cannot replicate is our spirit, our focus to dig deeper, deep dive and understand a problem, but also our laser focus to building solutions. And then not only building solutions, but in Tokopedia, we always say that we need to make it happen, but also make it better. Right? So make it happen, yes, we build something, but the hunger to keep looking for new things, the hunger to improve ourselves, that's more important rather than since the beginning, I'm thinking of how to find investors. Yeah.
Okay, so what about the 10 years from now? What the insight about the strategies of Tokopedia, that one of the leader of e-commerce Indonesia, how to contribute to Indonesia economy? What maybe 10 years or maybe Tokopedia strategic from now?
Yeah, 10 years from now. So I think first of all, why in the beginning I explained about our vision and missions. Vision and missions are very important. Yeah. I think it's not just a jargon, right? So it's a compass for us when we want to do something. So for us, we will always stick to our vision and missions. We will always become a inclusive platform for everyone, small, medium, or even big brands, big businesses. They can leverage Tokopedia ecosystem. Now we have merged with Gojek ecosystem that it become GoTo, right? They can use our ecosystem to grow the business, to start a business, right? So that's always become our commitment, stick into our visions and missions. But again, of course, 10 years ago, very different from what we had dreamed for 10 years from now. I think 10 years ago, we are a technology company that helping Indonesians to do e-commerce, right? But I think 10 years from now, with the technology trend, with a lot of new technology like blockchain, like big data and AI, I think we changed a little bit our spirit. We want to be a technology company that helping Indonesians to also become a technology company. So I think that's our dreams. Yeah. stick to our missions, but also we want to help people to become also a technology company. Not to mention that because of the pandemic, the acceleration of digital transformations are amazingly fast. We really want to help here.
Okay. This is so important because we have 90% of business in Indonesia is SMEs, right, Pak Leo? Okay, Pak Eka, what about Tani Hub? Do Tani have a dream or maybe a vision of how to agriculture condition in Indonesia for maybe 10 years or maybe in one decade of Indonesia, 2045? Do Tani have a vision about it?
Yes. So, yeah, of course, in the next 10 years, we hope every farmer, which is around 27 million farmers, to be, online or at least leveraging like Tani Hub to be like the market access to basically access sales to B2B, hotel, restaurant, caterings, as well as the B2C. We, if you're talking about Indonesia 2045, which is like the golden year for Indonesia, which means like there's more middle class than ever before. Probably I believe it was like 70% middle class or something like that. Yeah, which this you can't exclude agriculture or farming from this, because from the discussion, because if the more middle class you have, it means like the consumption of the people should be, you have to pay attention to it, because, for example, if they consume more meat, this means, like you have to produce more corn, more wheat, like all of this, basically a lot of inputs, like the feed, animal feed must be produced more. So, like for example, like the FAO predicted that by 2050, the population of the world would be around 9.7 billion. This means there's a 20% increase in population in the worldwide, but the agriculture produce, the crop output should double. So it means it must be increased by 100%. And this is because, like they're assuming that the middle class would increase significantly, which means they consume more, and then they also consume more meats and animal protein, which means like you have to give the animal more food, right? So this is why, in order for Indonesia to not just, people can have money, can have like a higher income per capita, but what if food was so scarce? What if food had to be imported because we can't produce enough food? And then the purchasing power will go down. So you can have a high income per capita, but then your purchasing power can also be crap. Basically very low. And then we're not an advanced country. We're not gonna step ahead. We're just gonna be even more poor. So this is why the Indonesian government and everyone must pay attention to the agriculture sector. We have to keep up with production yields without expanding too much land. So the yields must increase, because if we are just the only solution is just to open more land. No, that's worse, because then we're clearing off all these forests and wildlife, which is not good. We have to fix the production yields first, because a lot of the agriculture land right now, they're under capacity because not better inputs. So we need to double or triple the inputs using the same agriculture land from now.
Okay, great vision of all of you. And you have also Tokopedia. We hope it will become it is not we have more challenge to to make it happen. Okay. Pak Eka and Pak Leo, next maybe we can see if there's any question from participants. Maybe the committee can share to us. Maybe there's a question from participants. Okay. Okay, this is from one of the participants. Question for Pak Eka. This Tani Hub also implementing precision agriculture. Please, Pak Eka.
No, but we not yet because it's too many things to do at our scale. We are partnering with companies that are doing precision agriculture, precision farming, but we haven't implemented it ourselves. We are still working as the off-taker, as well as the capital provider for the farmers.
Okay. Next question. This is for all panelists, how to get investors. This is already we discussed. Maybe Pak Leo or Pak Eka can comment.
Yeah, I think we discussed this during the previous discussions. Yeah, again, I'm supporting. Yeah, I'm supporting next generations Indonesia tech entrepreneurs. I really support that because I really want a lot of Indonesians, a lot of tech entrepreneurs to grow bigger and bigger. And also, I believe that in the futures there will be a lot of makers. Yeah, there will be a lot of people that has the mindset and has the spirit of creating some things, either creating a product or creating applications using technology. So I believe that in the futures a lot of makers will be shine and thrive in Indonesia. I really support that. Again. But we really need to solving a problem. See, so what kind of problem that we are solving? Yeah, rather than only thinking about how to get investors, it's better that we understand a lot about the problems. We deep dive into all of the problems. We understand a lot as an Indonesians. We know a lot of context about Indonesia. We know what Indonesian people needs. And also because of our spirit of deep dive into the problems, I believe that we also need to have a laser focus solving that kind of problems that bring all of our creativity and also our idealisms. I think that's more valuable, yeah. Because there are questions saying that what needs to be prepared. So I think that's what we need to be prepared. See, we need to understand problems, design the solutions. And then don't give up easily. Challenges will always be there. When you are small, challenges are different. When you are big, also another challenges. So, the spirit to never give up and the spirit to always find the solutions, have an underdog spirit and underdog mentality. So I think that's more important for me. Yeah.
In simple answer, what do you investor usually see to maybe start up? According to your experience, what do you usually investors see?
I think different investors see different things. Yeah, from my experience, I think early stage investors they will look for early stage companies. Right? So as we know, early stage companies we cannot expect them to be so sophisticated as good as big companies, right? They will be they will never be able to do that. They won't be able to have a very complex and sophisticated financial projections. They will not be there's still a lot of unknown. They're also still learning, right? So that's why early stage investors, as far as I know, they will not expect that. but usually when you talk to them, again, they want to know, do you really know the problems? Do you really understand? Not only know, but understands. And then what kind of solutions? And then what happened when you were challenged with tough situations? Are you really only conceptors and idea, because idea is cheap, executor is everything, executing is everything. So I really can do the work. What about your team members? Are you a lone fighter, or do you have a co-founders? I think these kind of things that are very important. See, so how good you are in having visions and an idea, but also how good you are in executing and then make things happen. But of course, a middle or late stage investor also want to see different things, because late stage means that you grow so much, you are not newbie anymore. There are some expectations, right? There's some expectations in a lot of things. So I think, there's no bulletproof or silver bullet on this kind of things. But I always believe that with the right mindset and character, I believe, I pray for the new entrepreneurs that things will be good for you guys. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Mario. Maika, what about you? What do you see? What investors usually see, according to your experience?
Pak Jayadi, I think the explanation from Pak Leontinus was actually already quite comprehensive. So I think maybe we can, I think that's enough. Like, I don't want to top up that. That's already so good, so well explained. I think we can move to the next question. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. I think this is our last discussion because of the limit on the time. Yeah. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, Bapak Ibu, we welcome in the last minute of our discussion. I think we have a great information, we have a great insight from the great two speakers, and Pak Ika, also Pak Leo. In this simple word, that what we need to get investment for digital startup or digital businesses, how we focus on creating the value. The value is also from discussion that the business must be the problem solving of the community's problem. So, and this is what the conclusion of our discussion this afternoon. For the closing, Pak Leo, maybe Pak Leo, you can have vision or maybe message for participant of the startup, the lesson of your the lesson of your experience of Tokopedia, and that this is maybe the message from participants, also for startup Indonesia.
Yeah, okay. I think I have two. Maybe I can share two things. So I think first of all, don't be afraid to getting started. So I think don't wait until sometimes we tend to I think it's a good intention. We want to do the best that we can, but sometimes sometimes we are all often sabotage ourselves by waiting for the right moment, waiting for the perfect moment. I just think that actually we will always be ready if we just jump and then do things. So I think that's why I really believe that just start and just do it. But of course, the second thing I want to share is that don't do it alone. So to be honest, if you look at the journey of Tokopedia, I didn't build Tokopedia alone. I have William as my amazing partners. But also Tokopedia itself, we don't do everything alone, right? We build a platform, but we are not the one who's selling. So our merchants are the one who's selling. Our logistic partners are the one who helping us deliver to all of our across Indonesia. our fintech banks partners are the one who helping us a lot in terms of providing financial solutions. Even now, we merge with also another amazing partners, Gojek and GoPay. Now we changed the name into GoTo Financials. I think not doing things alone, have a trust in the partnerships is also very important. So a support system is very important, yeah, for me. So I hope that these two things can inspire you guys in building your own dreams and companies. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Pak Leo. Success for Tokopedia. Please, Pak Eka.
Yeah.
For us.
Yeah, just so that it's not the same as Pak Leontinus, because he already explained it like very, very well too. Well, on top of that, probably I'll just say don't be afraid that if there's a lot of challenges, or actually everyone in here should be proud that they are born in Indonesia, or actually live in Indonesia, because there are enough challenges and problems that you can actually do and solve. It's more easier to find great ideas in Indonesia. Right now is also a great timing, because there's a lot of venture capital, a lot of money, a lot of people, consumers that are educated. You probably just need to figure out a new business model that is unique and that could be like the next big tech company, or even unicorn or decacorn, or whatever. Like I wish everyone the best of luck on this.
Okay. Thank you, Pak Leo. Sorry, thank you, Pak Eka. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the end of our discussion. Thank you once again for Pak Leontinus Alfaidizan, co-founder and vice chairman of Tokopedia. Also, Pak Mitra Wineka, CEO of TaniHub Group. This is the closing of our discussion. So, thank you for all of you to participate in this discussion. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. The forum I give back to Master of Ceremony. Please.
Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Cahyadi, for navigating an active and engaging inspirational talks today. Sahabat Indonesia Forum, as Mr. Cahyadi wrap up his closing remark on the inspirational talks, I trust that we have been likewise supplemented by our inspiring perspective on the success stories behind TaniHub and Tokopedia, being delivered to all virtual audiences here, hands-on from the respective CEO. What's an inspiring session once more time. Thank you very much, Mr. Cahyadi. Have a great day and see you again, Mr. Cahyadi. Alright, finally, Sahabat Indonesia Forum can share our excitement of today's event on social media platform by including the hashtag Indonesia Digital Banking and Investment Forum, and please don't forget to mention @indonesia.forum. As to conclude our closing remark, we would like to thank the extraordinary performers, Sahabat Indonesia Forum, who were very enthusiastic from the beginning to the very end of the event. And of course, to our sponsors, Astra International, Bank BCA, Indofood, Bank Mandiri, Triputra Investindo Arya, Telkom Indonesia, Bank CIMB Niaga, and Bank Jago. Sahabat Indonesia Forum can visit the website idbif.indonesiaforum.id to explore more detail about Indonesia Forum agenda. Don't forget, for all of you who have followed our agenda today and want to get an e-certificate, please fill out the feedback form bit.ly/feedback form-idbif. Lastly, to our honorable ladies and gentlemen, that's all for today. Please allow me to thank you for your attentive attendances and apologize should I unintentionally delivered any words that less pleasing.